this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings, we're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil. You get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt. Our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down and then mash it. Boom. Spin it. And then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. Here we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my saffron cardamom granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in. along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all going to just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full fat coconut milk. And then we're just going to give it a little whisk. We're going to take our full fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You want to make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're gonna pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm gonna make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we wanna get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. and then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence, and then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant, and no artificial food colorings, people. One more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media in influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editor's picks. This is Shop All Day Spring Finds Under 50.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back with a new episode of Shop All Day. And today, we're embracing all things spring with our favorite items for the season. From colorful spring dresses to a set of pretty pearl barrettes, we've got something for everyone, and all for under $50. And remember, see that QR code in the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. To kick things off, let's talk about one of my absolute favorite spring wardrobe secret weapons, the classic striped tee. Hello, nautical chic, yes. So I'm thrilled to introduce you to the J. Crew boat neck tee, and it's pretty close to perfect. I mean, I call it a secret weapon. Why? Because it's an instant outfit maker. Yep, you can pair this with practically everything in your closet. Put it on with jeans, put it on with trousers, put it on with shorts, and you instantly look pulled together. What I love so much about this particular striped tee is, first of all, the fabric. I wish you guys could feel it. It's a great medium weight. It's made out of cotton, of course, the boat neck style, and check out this silhouette. So it's cropped, but just slightly cropped. Don't worry, it's not belly bearing, but it makes it for a more flattering silhouette. You can tuck it in, you can tuck it out, and it comes in two colors, the navy and white, and a wonderful, almost mocha latte cream and white. And it's size inclusive. And I think this shirt looks really expensive. I can't believe that it's under $50 and so high quality. This next item covers one of the biggest trends we're seeing for spring, the romantic ruffle. And you may have heard this trend called a lot of things: Regency core, prairie core, cottage core. But regardless of what you call it, the common denominator is the ladylike soft frills. And this blouse is so fabulous. It's from Target. It's from their Who What Wear collection. And talk about ruffles. I mean, isn't this a fabulous ruffle? If you can see here, it's actually lace trimmed, and it goes all the way from the top of the shoulder, and it runs all the way down the side of the shirt. Look at these micro florals. Yes, these little dainty florals are one of the hallmarks of the cottage core, Regency core, prairie core style. And what I love so much about these florals is, normally with the trend, you see it in muted tones. Not with this blouse. It's in the great poppy, bold colors of the season. Brights are such a big trend, and the fabric. It is so light and airy. And I really like where it hits on the hip. It's quite flattering. You can tuck it in, you can tuck it out, so it's versatile. And it comes in sizes extra small through 4X. Now, we're not done with these romantic details. I want to show you some happy spring dresses that also happen to incorporate this trend, and then some. So these Old Navy dresses are pretty much guaranteed to become part of your spring uniform. Why? Because not only are they stylish, but shoppers say they are super comfortable too. I'm always looking for that running out the door, throw it on and look fabulous solution, and these dresses are it. I mean, look at that. First of all, we've got the flutter sleeve dress, and it's called the flutter sleeve dress because it's got these wonderful little flutter style ruffles on the straps. So we have this fabulous, if you can see, smock top, which stretches and moves with you, so it's really, really easy to wear. And we've also got this very easy, breezy A-line silhouette. It comes in two different lengths. It's got a wonderful tier A-line silhouette that is just so easy to wear. I've tried these on. They're incredibly comfortable. Now we also have a second style from Old Navy, and it's called the swing dress. So if you've ever worn a swing dress, then you would know that it's one of the most comfortable silhouettes on earth. I mean, look at that. It's got movement. It's essentially a wonderful A-line silhouette. These even have pockets. I love a pocket. And the swing dress also comes in two different styles. The short style, which is made out of this really soft t-shirt material. And we've also got the midi style. Now this one is made out of poplin and just so happens to come in my favorite color combo, the red and the pink. You're gonna see this color combo everywhere this spring, and I think it is so chic and stylish. Okay, let's take it back to the 90s and talk about a trend that I bet you'd never thought you'd wear again. Yes, the bucket hat. And at first I thought, I was a little intimidated. There's no way I thought I could pull off the bucket hat. But guess what? I tried it and I can. And if I can pull it off, so can you. Look, it's an adorable silhouette, and it's got sort of a medium brim that you can turn up or turn down. It gives you a little sun protection. And this is made out of a fabulous cotton. It's thick, and it's from that surfer brand Billabong. I also really love all of the fun colors, and I just think that this is such, a fun way to jazz up your spring style. So let's move on to another big trend for spring that's near and dear to my heart. As you can see, pearl core. Yes, all things pearl are trending big time this spring. And one of the easiest and most affordable ways to experiment with this pearl trend is with these gorgeous pearl hair accessories. Yes, this is a set. It comes with 12 different embellished barrette and bobby pins with pearls, all under $10, and the brand says that these are handmade pearls. I like to think of these little pieces as jewelry for your hair. And with this trend, more is more. Don't be afraid to load them up and wear a few at a time, especially the bobby pins. I mean, so cute. You can put a little on the side and leave one side down, or you can even do a high pony and have a few of your barrettes and bobby pins on the side. Onto some spring style for your feet. This simple but chic pair of sandals that can effortlessly take you from day to night. It's one of the most popular slide sandal styles of the past couple of seasons. The H-band flat sandal from Amazon Essentials. And look at these. They are so simple. I think they're so classic. I love the H-band. And they come in some excellent neutrals that is going to go with your entire closet. And check this out. Look at this cushy footbed. They've also got this rubber sole, which we love, and this metallic. Metallics are the new neutral. They go with absolutely everything, and I really, really think they're fabulous for both spring and summer. I mean, these really are wear anywhere slides. And if you want to keep those toes covered this season before it really warms up, we have another shoe option for you. These are the Lorena Natural Pointed Toe Slides, and they are a Lulu's brand exclusive. And I absolutely love the mule silhouette. They're so sophisticated, clean, and simple. And I've got to say, I love these raffia, almost straw texture, but these also come in some other great colors. They come in sophisticated neutrals and even a faux snake. This looks like a cool pair of shoes that you'd want to wear with pretty much everything in your closet. And lastly, something that can complete almost any outfit, and what I like to call a spring closet hero, a pair of classic sneakers. Let's face it, the past 2 years have secured the sneaker a place at the very top of the shoe pyramid. Sneakers have arguably been the #1 shoe trend for the past couple of seasons, and they are right up there for spring as well. These are also from Old Navy, and they're called the Soft Brush Faux Suede Sneaker, and I like how they have this wonderful sort of faux suede upper and the little silver detail. I think that's really cute, and I can't get over how great and versatile these wonderful faux suede tan sneakers are. I mean, these actually work as a nude. And the brand says that the insole is memory foam, which shoppers are really excited about. And they say it's like walking on clouds. So let's go through these products one more time. And you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got the J.Crew boat neck t-shirt, the Target ruffle blouse, the flutter sleeve dress and the swing dress, the bucket hat, the pearl barrette, the H-band flat sandal, the pointed toe slides, and the Old Navy faux suede sneakers. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako and Lovu is sitting down with style maven and founder of Pencil and Paper Co., Jen Soar. She shares her must-haves for the spring season, from colorful art prints for your home to a bold and stylish pair of sunglasses. So don't go away.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products, or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. And today, we're diving into the season with the best spring picks across fashion, beauty, home, and more, all under $50. And here to bring us her favorites is style maven and entrepreneur Jen Soar. She's the founder of Pencil and Paper Co., a lifestyle brand with a focus on fashion and decor. Her personal motto, color makes us happy. Jen, you make us happy. How are you, Jen?
Oh, so excited to be here, really. It's such a pleasure.
It really is to have you here. We're so excited. So tell us about the philosophy of your company, Pencil and Paper Co.
Well, I think that we're really on a mission to help women create the life that they want. And I think there's so many things that come together to be able to do that. I think our love of fashion and interiors, lifestyle, entertaining, travel, really just finding the joy in life and celebrating that through color and pattern and things that we love.
Yeah, let's talk about color and pattern. Where does your inspiration come from? I love how you use it.
Well, I'm truly such a believer that surrounding yourself with things that are colorful and happy and graphic and pattern filled really bring joy to your life. And that was certainly one of our missions on all the products that we develop, the partners that we work with. I think that we all share that common intention to bring more joy to the world.
Yeah, something that we definitely all need. I've heard people say that fashion really tells a story about the person wearing it. What do you think your pieces say about you?
I think they say that I'm optimistic and that I'm a believer in color really is such a mood lifter. And there's simple things that I believe that we can do in life that makes our day-to-day better. And really, I think that simple introduction of color and pattern and art and things that make you happy and bring more joy to life, there's really nothing better than that for us.
You're so right. And fashion, your style particularly, makes me so happy. We're talking about spring pieces. So Jen, how do you transition your winter clothes into spring, or should you have a separate spring wardrobe?
Well, I will say that I love color every single day of the year. So I'm a believer that things absolutely can transition. I love to find, pieces that we know will be in our wardrobe for many years to come. And then the idea of mixing that up with more inexpensive finds that you might, bring in and out seasonally. So I think it's that high-low mix that I really love, but always color and pattern.
We love a good high-low situation.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of your favorites for the season. I want to start with the first one here. These art prints are so cute. I want to know where in your home would you place these?
I think these are super fun in a gallery wall. They come unframed, but you can simply pop them into a really great looking 8x10 frame, easy to get at any of your local retailers. And I love the idea of layering art together. So, you might have something more sophisticated with something a bit more whimsical. I think these are great in kids' rooms, playrooms, nurseries. They mix beautifully into a gallery wall. They really just serve so many purposes and come in so many color combos that we love.
Okay, on to some more fun, bright colors. This tote really says it all, and I love a versatile tote. What would you use this for, Jen?
Our goal with this, it's such a great sturdy size. This is the perfect carry-on bag when you're traveling. It goes under the seat if you need to, into the overhead, but you can really fill it up with tons of things, and it's super strong. So I throw my vanity case, my computer, everything that I'm traveling with. I think it's also a really perfect bag for the gym, or weekend bag, or mommy bag for diapers. I think really its functionality is endless, and I have owned these for years, and they really hold up.
They look so amazing in person as well. Let's move on to the clutch. I have to tell you, Jen, this clutch makes me so happy. A lot of these spring weddings that we're invited to.
Yes.
How cute is this? Okay, what would you wear this with?
Well, this makes me so happy too. And our goal with this is that we obviously love color with any outfit that you wear and a touch of sparkle. And I am really, as you all can tell, about fun color combinations. So I love the juxtaposition of this really poppy yellow would be so fun with lavender, and that idea of complementary colors. Navy, if you're more classic and you're a little scared of color, I think navy is a great substitution for black and getting a little bit out of your comfort zone and still bringing color to your outfit. So just such a fun poppy addition to your most basic outfits even.
All right, I feel like you can dress this up or dress this down. Love
Absolutely.
it. Okay, let's move on to the next piece. You partnered with the brand Neely and Chloe to create this next product. So cute, the printed luggage tag. I feel like there's so many ways to personalize your style. Talk to me about this. Why do you love it?
What I love about these is that they do have really wonderful patterns and a pop of great color that you can add to your luggage and make sure that you're not going to lose your luggage to the airport. But you can also customize them. So we have the ability to monogram. We, of course, love this little scallop detail. And I think these are even darling hanging on our little bag or purse. I mean, I just think they just add, again, a touch of whimsy to, any bag that you own in your wardrobe already. So it's a great way to refresh something that you own.
This is so clever. I'm obsessed with this. All right, Jen, let's move on to a couple of your personal picks for spring, starting with these rattan ball hoop earrings. How do you style these rattan earrings?
Well, I will say, I love a hoop earring for summer. It's still lightweight, but they really make a statement. So I love the idea, as we were talking about, bringing a couple of fresh new pieces into your wardrobe each season. Accessories are an amazing way to do that. And pop on these great little playful hoops with any of your summer dresses. And they just add a layer of fun. And I love that idea that it makes you feel finished and polished and happy.
It is just that little cherry on top.
These, sure is.
I'm getting them in all the colors. They're so cute. Perfect. And the last one we have are these super cute cat eye sunglasses. Jen, these make me so happy. Do these work on any face shape?
I think they do. I love a statement sunglass for summer. So something large scale, I always think is fun, gives you great coverage for sun. And the introduction of these happy sort of whimsical colors, I think they're just a great addition to any outfit.
They are so fun. They really make me happy. The blue, the red, the white, they come in a bunch of different colors. And Jen, I really do mean it. You make us happy. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, it was just truly such a joy. Thank you for having me.
That was awesome. All right, now let's run through all the products one more time. The Heart and Color Studies prints, the Color Lover tote, the beaded clutches, the luggage tag, the rattan ball hoop earrings, and the cat eye sunglasses. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, our editor's picks with Adriana Brock, who has more springtime finds, from a moisturizing sunscreen to a picnic mat that'll get you enjoying the outdoors. Don't go away.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and I've got even more of our favorite finds for spring, all under $50. In today's editor's picks, I'm bringing you some beauty picks and accessories that you can use on the go and that pack a really great punch for the value. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone right now to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get started. If you're looking to refresh your skin routine for spring, I've got some beauty picks to get you started with an elevated line of body wash from Salt Air. So every part of your beauty routine should feel luxurious, and we don't think you should skimp on your body wash. The brand says that the formula is the best 3-in-1. It's a nourishing serum that cleanses your skin. It's really gonna moisturize your skin. The brand says it's also suitable for all skin types, and a lot of reviewers note that it's not too fragrant, which is really nice. They also come in 6 different unique scents, as well as a fragrance-free version. And the bottles are so gorgeous in these beautiful bright colors. Here's a tip from one of our producers. You can even use these as a hand wash to add a pop of color to your bathroom or your kitchen sink. Let's move on to another beauty product that's essential as we start to see more of the sun this season: sunscreen. TikTok put Glow Recipes watermelon mask on the map, and it's also responsible for making the brand's first ever sunscreen sell out at Sephora. This one has a fruity scent that smells just like spring, but it's not overpowering according to the reviewers. And you can guess by its name, all of Glow Recipes products are supposed to give you a dewy, lip from within glow, which is hydrating and makes a great pick for anyone that's dealing with dry skin after winter. The bottle comes in the brand's signature pink color to not only brighten your face, but also your day too. Here's another beauty item for spring that you can take on the go with you. This is one of my personal favorites. It's also a fan favorite, facial roller from Revlon. So, for all of you guys dealing with the opposite of dry skin, this oil-absorbing roller is gonna become your new makeup bag must-have. Revlon's original volcanic roller went viral last year, and the brand upped the ante with its latest innovation. Not only can you soak up oil, but the brand says the new stainless steel ball actually helps to cool and depuff skin on those warm spring days. It's the ultimate skincare set for less than $20. And the brand says that you can wash both balls and reuse them, and you can use them on all skin types as well. And when you're ready to head out the door, I've got the perfect tote with so much space for all your spring essentials. This mesh tote from Amazon is really checking all the boxes. It is so cute, functional, and affordable. And we love that it comes in a bunch of fun and bright colors that fit the spring and summer color palettes too. So if you have spring vacations planned, the mesh fabric is great. You can toss sandy clothes, towels, after a beach day. Plus, it's not gonna take up too much space in your suitcase, so you can pack it up. And you don't have to be on vacation to use it either. You can toss a book in and a snack and head to the park this season. It also makes for a great reusable grocery bag since it can hold so much. And that's not the only bag we have our eye on for spring. Here's a little something more chic and on trend. Bucket bags and bright handbags are trending right now, and this affordable style is the best of both worlds. It combines fashion and function, and all you have to do is toss in your essentials and head out the door. We also love that it actually has side pockets inside, so you can keep everything organized, and the drawstring closure isn't just a cute detail, but it makes it so easy to open up your bag and grab whatever you have stashed in there when you're on the go. It comes in faux leather and suede designs, which make it suitable for everything from the weekend to going to the office, and you don't even have to switch up your bags for different occasions. Let's move on to a few items that'll really put you in the spring mood. Grab your family or friends and head to the nearest park with this floral picnic mat from Mountain Warehouse. Whether you look forward to impromptu picnics in the spring or you already have some camping trips lined up for the summer, this is one item you're gonna wanna have handy. The brand says that the mat has a water-resistant back, so you don't have to worry if the ground is damp. And since it's compact, all you have to do is fold it right up. It's over about a foot long, and pop it into your backpack or keep it in the trunk of your car. It also has a really neat carry handle, which makes it really convenient to tote around. And of course, it comes in a bunch of fun patterns that are perfect for spring. And if you like a more traditional look to your picnic blanket, we've got these classic square pattern mats from Amazon. We'll also want this picnic blanket in our beach bag all summer long. And the brand says it's sandproof, waterproof, and it's large enough to fit 6 to 8 adults sitting all at once. And lastly, we've got an item that might come in handy if you want to avoid getting caught in those April showers. An umbrella with a unique twist. Reviewers are going crazy for this umbrella, which they say actually keeps them dry. One reviewer even wrote that this is the only umbrella they've used in Chicago that can stand up to the wind. It's actually designed to funnel water away when it's closed, and it has a huge arc which measures 2 feet in diameter, which is gonna help keep you covered and dry when it's open. It's $25, which is a little bit more of an investment than the one you may already own, but it's so worth it, and reviewers wrote that they really recommend it. Let's run through the products one more time. The Salt Air Body Wash, the Glow Recipe Watermelon Sunscreen, the Revlon Oil Absorbing and Cooling Facial Roller and Refill Pack, the Bucket Bag, the Amazon Mesh Beach Tote, the Picnic Blankets, and the Reverse Stick Umbrella. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Editor's Picks. It's been so fun showing you our favorites. Tune in next week for a new episode of Shop All Day Multitaskers.
So we've got an Irish pub dialed up for you, Jamie.
Great. Not only an Irish pub, like the best Irish pub in the world, apparently.
In the world, well, at least in New York, but maybe even the world.
Yeah.
The two guys, I think you know, are from Belfast.
Yeah, I do. I feel like I know a lot of people who know them, but I've never met them. But I'm excited to go in here. The Dead Rabbit, love it.
You spent a little bit of time in a pub in your day, both.
Yeah.
On both sides of the bar,
Yeah,
right?
no, I have, yeah. It's important. I think everyone should work in a pub at some point.
For sure.
It's good for the soul.
That's right. We've got sawdust on the floor.
We
It's
do.
all happening.
What's your step?
We know it's a good place.
I feel very at home.
So does this ring familiar to you, this feel?
The bar
As
I
an
worked in
Irish
was
pub?
not as fancy, and it wasn't even an Irish pub. It was just a straight up normal pub in London that still exists. I went there recently.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's called Tattersall's Tavern in Knightsbridge. I can still pull a good pint though.
I bet you can.
Yeah,
I bet you can. Thanks for doing this, man.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this incredible film, Belfast, which is so special to you for so many different reasons, not just because of what a special movie it is and how well it's been received, but because it speaks to your life experience.
Yeah.
So when you heard that Kenneth Branagh was making this movie, what did you think before you were even involved in it?
It's funny because I always felt like that Kenneth Branagh must have a story to tell from Belfast. You know, growing up there, I was acutely aware that Ken Branagh was from Belfast. So when I got that text from my agent saying Kenneth Branagh wants you to do his movie, it's called Belfast, and would love you to read it pretty quick, and he'd love to talk to you pretty quickly. You know, you don't get texts like that very often. It was during the first lockdown in the UK and Ireland, and the world, really. But I didn't know what I was doing work-wise. Nobody did. There's nothing shooting. There's nothing even talking about shooting at that time. So it was really pleasant just to even be in the realms of potentiality to be working, let alone working on this really truly brilliant thing.
So Belfast tells his story from 1969 forward. It's Buddy is effectively him, a fictionalized version of him.
Yeah.
Your own experience in Northern Ireland came a little bit later than that. So what were those early conversations with Ken like about, because the Troubles were different in the 1980s and 90s for you than certainly they were in the late 60s and 70s for him.
He saw it all from its inception, from the very beginning of it, from normal everyday life being the same and being pleasant, joyous, even in the part of the city that he was in, to his world turning upside down overnight. You know, I've always, admitted that I had a very much more of a middle class background than Ken did. I was born in 1982, so 13 years into a 30-year conflict. But we still feel that, we're very connected as Belfast men and people from that place who understand, what it is to be from that place and the burden often from being from that place. You cannot be from that part of the world and not be negatively affected by, what went on there, and constantly scratching your head about why it went on for so long, and constantly trying to explain to people about it and help them understand. I've travelled the world for 20 years since I left Belfast, telling people I'm from Belfast. You wouldn't believe some of the reactions you get when you say you're from that place, What
do they say?
Well, people are just, amazed that you got out alive. People are like that, All the news footage from 70s, 80s, 90s that is beamed across the world of Belfast is horrific. You see rioting in the streets, you see young kids throwing petrol bombs at the police, you see, aftermath of devastation after bombs, you see tit-for-tat killings based purely on religion, people being shot, waiting for buses. That's all that people are getting across the world. So as a result, when you say you're from Belfast, people, they're like, Jesus. I'm like, you know what? It was actually, I had the most lovely childhood. And people who lived in way more working class areas than me had a lovely childhood too. But this was going on as a sort of constant backdrop. But the heart and the warmth of people in that city is like nowhere else in the world. I'm obviously biased, but I think all of Ireland are the warmest, friendliest, funniest, most resilient people, truly. And I think they've had to be resilient, and they've had to use humour to get through darker periods.
The other piece that strikes you is how it turned, specifically in the case of this film, neighbor against neighbor.
Sure.
Where two people who were friends for their entire lives and knew each other as neighbors and helping each other out and looking after their kids, all of a sudden were throwing firebombs into each other's houses. How do you, for an American audience or someone from the outside, how do you explain that level of conflict where it did turn friends against each other?
Yeah, I think people were forced into taking sides, you know, and there's a lot of that in the film of trying to get Pa, my character, to align himself with a particular movement. And many people just didn't want to do that. That's why it's so important to see this film, to see how normal, hardworking people who didn't ask for it, weren't adding fuel to the fire, weren't becoming tribal. And Ken's family weren't like that. Most families weren't like that. They just wanted to live in peace and didn't want the disruption.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
So let's talk specifically, Jamie, about Pa, this character, because there is the influence of Ken Branagh's father.
Yep.
There's the influence of your father. And there's the influence of your being a father to 3 kids.
Yep.
So how did you approach this character in terms of keeping it true to what Ken wanted, but also to make it yours?
I have a pretty good understanding of a man from Belfast. I'm from Belfast. My dad was from Belfast. I come from a long line of men from Belfast. There's so much goodness in Pa and him trying to do the right thing for his family. And so trying to put a lot of the essence of those Belfast men who I knew and loved into Pa, but then that seemed to always be aligned with what Ken had told me about his dad and what the vision he had for his own dad. For playing his parents, like, it could have been insane pressure all the time to be very specifically like his parents were, but we never felt that.
Be good, son. If you can't be good,
be
careful.
And Ken, you know, it's also the dream of being directed by an actor, and not just any actor, like an unbelievable actor. He is so acutely aware of where your head is at all times as an actor. And he would just handle you very sort of gently into a place where you feel really ready and confident about what you're going to do. It's a real treat to be directed by, obviously such a big director, but also such a fantastic actor.
I was thinking as the credits rolled when I watched this, what pride you must have to have told the story of your city to the world.
Yeah.
It must have felt good to see the finished product and say, okay, I think we got the story of my home city right.
Yeah, well, never more so than the 4th of November, 2021, which I will never forget. Because we screened it on the first night of the Belfast Film Festival in Belfast. That was an incredible thing to behold. What I was saying earlier about the importance of this story and sort of showcasing to the world that we're actually all normal, nice, everyday, hardworking people. And we're not all aligned by religion, sectarianism. We're not all tribal. Most of us are just trying to get along. There was a very strong powerful, palpable sense of appreciation that we were telling that story, that I think in many ways people in Belfast understand on a very different level to anyone else. And I know now that it's been released there, I've been getting a lot of texts from people saying there's been like standing ovations at the end when the credits roll. It's brilliant to hear that. I just love it, and it just shows how necessary this story is for people from home.
You mentioned your father, and I know you brought your father to this character, undoubtedly his experience and his life. And I'm so sorry about the loss of your dad last year. And I know one of your great regrets is he didn't get to see Belfast. What do you think your dad would think if you were in a theater watching Belfast?
Yeah, listen, I mean, my dad was a very proud Belfast man, and very proud of the place and the people, and but also enraged by the people and the sort of stuck in their ways politics, and always, you know, wanting to move the conversation forward. But the importance of this movie would not have been lost on him. I take comfort in the fact he knew I did it. He would have been tickled pink by the response it's got and for all the sort of accolades. I mean, my dad was proud of the stuff I've done. So, you know, like, Dad was always had my back. Some people go their whole lives without hearing those words from their folks. So I consider myself very lucky that everything I got to achieve, he got to experience and was proud of. So, but yeah, nothing would have made him more proud than this.
It's our role as dads, isn't it, to be proud of the shit stuff? That's what we do.
Yeah, well, it's kind of it's
that
thing of like, you know, being handed some drawing by, you know, my 2-year-old the other day handed me some. She was getting bits of paper, and she kept asking me for glue, and she then made these 2 pictures, I guess, with like this purple glue. You know, she'd worked hard on them. You know, one was for mommy and one was for daddy, and she gave them to me. They're terrible, you know, but like, I am proud. You know, I am like,
of course.
She's really proud of them. You know, I'm like, Jesus, right, fair enough. You put the work in, and I don't know what to do with them now, really, but I appreciate them, and I'm proud of you. So it's that, I guess.
No question. Yeah. I like what you say about your dad. He's a beacon of positivity.
Yeah.
And I think that what you just said is so central to what we try to do as dads. Don't be on your deathbed and say all the things. Say them as you go.
You have to.
And that's his life is such an affirmation of what I think so many of us try to do. Say it in the moment.
We should all be like that, you know, if we can, and not even away from just the pride thing, just love too. Like, I was always told that I was loved, always, always, always. I feel like Dad even had more of a responsibility. I lost my mother when I was 16.
I know.
And my mum wasn't. She was loving, but she was not in that same way. We always felt so loved from both sides, but Dad was just more vocal about it, maybe, and certainly more tactile with us. And I've definitely inherited that from Dad rather than from Mum. And it's important. We need to feel loved. It's literally all we have. Like, so, I feel very blessed that I get to shower these 3 little girls with love constantly, and you know, and it's not a chore. Like, they're very lovable little people.
You were only 16, as you said, when your mom died, so she didn't see any of this. Obviously, she didn't even see the modeling or the beginning of your career.
No.
Do you ever stop and think about what she may be seeing or thinking somewhere far away?
Yeah. My mum was a very beautiful, very glamorous person, loved to get dressed up, always looked immaculate. And she would never have believed it. There was no signs at that stage that I would do anything like this. I was so obsessed with sport, probably an only sport really at that age. I'd always done drama. I did drama at school. I mean, the only prize I ever won outside of sport was a drama prize when I was 10. You know, she got to witness that, I guess.
So she did see the beginning of your career.
She did. I was in drag.
Really?
Playing a sort of pantomime. You don't have pantomimes here, do you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Right.
Yeah.
I'm playing this pantomime called Widow Twanky, who's like a pantomime character who's always a guy in drag.
At 10?
At 10.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a cleaning lady called Nellie Morgan, who was my inspiration for Bart. I just mimicked her, and scooped the big prize at 10 years old. Actually shared it. I won the joint drama prize.
Does Nellie know she inspired your acting career?
She didn't stay with us that much longer, and then she's an amazing woman, Nellie Morgan. But I think my mum would have, she wouldn't have seen it coming. But she wouldn't be able to believe what's happened. Any part of it, even the first decade of modelling, and it didn't look like that was in my future at all.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Holt. Listen now.
You left Belfast when you were 19, about to be 20, I guess, to do some modeling.
Yeah, I went to university first. I went to a marketing degree.
That, by the way, that's how we all start college. Right. We don't know what we're going to do.
Well, it was a thing where I didn't want to go to university. I truly didn't. That doesn't mean I knew what I wanted to do, but I knew I didn't want to go to university. But I did have ambitions to just honestly leave Belfast and just try something. So when I went away to uni in the northeast of England, after a year of marketing, I realised I was wasting time and my dad's money by being there. And I will forever thankful to my dad for when I did come back that summer and say, I want to drop out of university and move to London, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to work in a pub. I worked in a bar for 6 months. He said yes, and he really said yes quickly too.
So where does the modelling come in then?
Summer 2002, I'd come back from uni. My dad, I was having a real fruitless summer. My friend and I drank a lot. And I remember one day, Dad came home and from work. My dad was a professor of medicine, obstetrician, and he sat me down and he actually called me a waster. He said he couldn't handle me wasting my life like that. So it was around that time, there was a lot of discussion in my family of like, what are we going to do about Jamie? How do you solve a problem like Jamie here? I was probably depressed looking back on it now.
Yeah.
You know, it was only a few years after Mum had died, and I was probably a bit rudderless and confused about where I wanted to go. And it was then that my sister, Jessica, had seen something about like an open casting thing for this show. It was called Model Behaviour, and the idea was they plucked people from all over Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, whatever, and they all lived in an apartment together and went on castings, and then the winner of the boys and the winner of the girls would get like modelling contracts. I was very reluctant, very embarrassed to go, didn't really tell anyone, forced one of my mates to go with me. He nearly didn't show up, and if, Jesus, I had to like drag him out of bed, and if he hadn't, I wouldn't be sat here now. Truly, I would have been an estate agent in Belfast. But he came, and I went, and I was really doing it just to be able to go, guys, I went to that thing, are you happy now? Mm-hmm. I got kicked out of the show after a day. I didn't even make it anywhere near the apartment. Like, I didn't have what it took, they told me. But one of the judges was a booking agent at Select Model Management in London who you got the contract with. And I said to her, listen, do you think if I moved to London, I could actually do this? And she was like, I can't really say that. I don't know. But like, if you ever come to London, give us a call. I took that to mean I'm moving to London because they want me to give me loads of money to model. So about a month later, I moved to London, went to the modelling agency and went, I'm here. And they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, remember you said? And they're like, no, oh my God, you've actually moved to London. I was like, yeah, that's what you said. And as I say this, there's so much of that I don't recognise myself. The sort of audacity of it and the ambition of it that I didn't think I possessed at 20, but clearly I did. And when I was there, they were like, well, look, we can't guarantee you anything. And then I just heard someone go, who's that? I turned around to him called Tandy Anderson, who owned the agency. And she said, I like your face. And I went, cool. And then that was it. And then they took me on, and then things started happening quite quick. But it was all fate and luck and timing and madness.
Like so many things.
Yeah.
So you do that well. You do it successfully. Big campaigns, Abercrombie and Fitch, all these big. And then at some point you decide, okay, this has been good for me. I made some money and I've done really well, but what's the next thing? And then that's when you pursue acting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I got an agent at 22. I did, so not long into that, I did my first audition was Marie Antoinette, which I got. Sophia Coppola, it was my very first thing. But I was still very half-baked about what I wanted to do. But I knew that I never got a real satisfaction out of modelling, let's say that. And I remember being told that, like, you've got a face that will, the structure of your actual bones and stuff, that means you'll be able to do this for a very long time. And they were telling me that as a positive thing.
Right.
And I was just going, oh my God, no, I don't want to be doing this for a long time. So, yeah, and then I started to then realise that to be an actor, you had to actually work much harder than I was at that time. I was just thought it was cool, and now and again I'd have an audition, I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll go, and I won't put any work in. And then I put a lot of work in for a while and didn't get anywhere either, and I thought, Jesus, this is never going to happen. And I guess eventually it did.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Yeah, you said you got the first thing you booked with Marie Antoinette, but then a long dry spell after that. And then something comes along, this book that's been written, 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
What was your first thought when they pitched you the idea?
I thought, can you imagine the scrutiny of being involved in that project?
Because the book was so huge and you're going to disappoint a bunch of people and you're not the right guy, all the things that people project onto it.
That you knew that was going to come along. That was part of saying yes to it, was all this instant negativity and scrutiny and questioning. It wasn't an instant yes. I was like, Jesus. But I got cast 5 weeks before we started filming. My wife was 34 weeks pregnant with our first child. Very strange time. I had to make a very quick decision of, could I get my family to Vancouver safely to start making these movies on such short notice? And, I have, zero regret with being involved in them and making them. Now, the fans really loved the books, and we made the films for the fans, and they loved the films, and they went to see them in their droves, and it made $1.4 billion. So it was a massive success in many ways, but we all know how critically panned they got. But as I said to you earlier, I'm in the wrong game if I can't take criticism.
But as you say, the opportunity afforded you, how popular it was with the people who it mattered to, that changed your life. How did you deal with the fame side of it? Because up to then, people knew you from The Fall, you had your audience, but this is something else entirely. Now you're being chased down the street, everyone wants to know more about your wife and all those things. How did you handle that?
I hid. I truly hid. When the first movie came out, we literally went away and stayed in a friend's house in the middle of nowhere. And I switched my phone off for 2 weeks.
Wow.
For the last 6 years, we've lived out in the countryside, nowhere near anything major going on. And I think that, that's been part of it. Also, this whole madness of my career paralleled with becoming a father for the first time. We've had 3 kids in that time also. So we wanted to be somewhere where the kids were away from that, let alone my wife and I being subjected to that. And I think it was the right thing to do.
I've kept you too long. Before we let you go, I want to ask you about The Tourist.
Yeah.
Which is a big hit in the UK, now coming to HBO Max.
Yep.
Such a cool series. Just for people who are thinking about watching it, what's the thumbnail sketch of the story?
The setup is a guy, me, he's just known as The Man, is driving through the Australian outback, seemingly in quite a happy place in his head, and he's singing along to a song. Then this big truck comes very close behind him. It's very inspired by Steven Spielberg's Duel. Gets into this big race with this sort of race/chase with this truck. Becomes very dramatic, and anyway, the truck ends up slamming him off the road. Guy wakes up in hospital, no memory of who he is or why he's in Australia or why anybody's trying to kill him. We then spend the next 6 hours finding out exactly those answers, and it is really warped why he's there, and tonally it shifts around so much, and just when you think you know that you have a handle on what's going to happen, you're like sidebarred and you're totally wrong. It's a very entertaining show, and it's an exciting 6 hours of television.
Does the praise for both Belfast and The Tourist feel like vindication in any way? You talk about having a fire lit under you because some of the negative criticism that you received around the 50 Shades movies, and now for you to say, look at these.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to call it vindication, but my whole life ethos is back yourself. If you gave me a bit of paper now and there's a waste paper bin and you challenge me to throw it in 10 out of 10 times, I would love that challenge, and I back myself to do it 10 times. Just whatever that is, I've always had. A bit of confidence, whatever, self-belief. You really need it to do. You can't be here. You can't be trying to do this for a living if you don't have it. I've always believed and lived by Peter O'Toole's words of great words make great actors. I think it's as simple as that. I've always backed myself that if I'm given a good script and a good director, I'm going to produce good work. I feel like I've so much more to offer. So, in many ways, I feel like I'm just getting started. Will there be people from the entirety of my career that only see me as like one character? Yeah, sure. But that's on them.
Well, I'm happy for you to be having this moment because you're getting all the love you deserve. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's great.
Cheers, man.
What's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, you know. It's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh, hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in, you know, the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice, quote unquote, normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. You know, whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Holt. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Holt. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Holt. Listen now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it. I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, We've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge, huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Simpson send you to me? And Simpson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, "Are you an angel? Is that your name?" And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind-numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off that I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Oh, look at you. Hi, guys. You're watching Today All Day. We're so happy that you're tuning into our digital show. This is Today in 30. It's Thursday.
It's Thursday. Guys, let's go. It was another busy morning here in Studio 1A. Here's what's coming your way straight ahead. We will start with the latest on the subway shooting. It happened here in New York City. And sources are saying this morning that the suspect is the one who called in the tip that led to his own arrest. We're bringing a report from the courthouse as he's set to go before a judge today.
And then this week marks 75 years since Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color barrier. Our very own Terry Smith got the chance to sit down with his son. They reflected on his father's legacy that paved the way for generations of ball players. Their inspiring conversation is straight ahead.
And I'm not sure if y'all have heard this, but there's a Netflix show. It's called Old Enough. It's causing a huge debate. Check this out. Toddlers sent out to run errands on their own. But experts are actually saying parents are the ones who could learn something from this. We'll tell you all about it. I'm in shock.
We don't know what to say about that. And Andy Cohen, he's going to be my guest co-host on the 4th hour
watch
today.
out. That's always spicy. I love it.
A little bit. Lydia Bastianich is going to show us how to make the perfect Easter brunch for your friends and family. So, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, it's time for Today in 30. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Brooklyn with the very latest on this. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just hours from now, Frank James is expected to appear in a federal courtroom here in Brooklyn for the first time since his arrest yesterday. And now multiple sources are telling us that apparently James called the NYPD tip line on himself, telling authorities where he was waiting.
After a marathon manhunt across New York City, this morning accused subway gunman Frank James is locked up.
Frank, why'd you shoot all those people?
Multiple police sources telling NBC News the 62-year-old suspect called NYPD's Crime Stoppers tip line on himself, saying he was at a McDonald's. On that call, law enforcement sources say James told the hotline, "This is Frank. You guys are looking for me. My phone is about to die." Authorities finding and arresting James in Manhattan's East Village.
We were able to shrink his world quickly. There was nowhere left for him to run.
He's now federally charged with one count for allegedly attacking passengers on mass transit. During Tuesday morning's rush hour, police say James put on a gas mask, opened 2 smoke canisters, and shot 10 people as this subway train pulled into a Brooklyn station. Our New York City station WNBC obtaining this exclusive video showing a man law enforcement believes is James dressed like a transit worker entering a subway station nearby nearly 2 hours before the attack.
He has the same black cart that he has later recovered on the crime scene.
Incredibly, investigators say James managed to escape onto another train along with some of his victims. But they say he also left a trail of evidence behind, including keys to this rented van seen entering New York early Tuesday, a handgun James owned, and a bag full of fireworks.
Those are definitely phantom firework items.
Based on this widely circulated picture, Bruce Zolden believes his company sold James the fireworks at a store in Wisconsin last summer, telling me they keep meticulous sales records.
Only one person bought 4 of those items, exact 4 items.
Investigators say James has a long rap sheet, including at least 12 prior arrests. Brooklyn's 36th Street subway station now open again. New Yorkers riding the trains, refusing to back down.
How does it feel to see you're not the only New Yorker down here today?
I feel like New York City, after incidents like this, we kind of come together.
So, Jesse, you mentioned that the suspected gunman, had 12 prior arrests. So the question, of course, is how was he even able to get that gun?
Yeah, and police were asked about that yesterday, Hoda. Those dozen arrests go back to the 1990s, according to authorities, but they were all misdemeanors. If they were felonies, he would have been barred from buying a gun, but because they were just misdemeanors, officials say he was able to legally purchase the weapon authorities say was used in that attack on Tuesday. Hoda?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us there in front of the courthouse. Jesse, thank you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chanel is in for Carson this morning and joins us now with a look at what we've been talking about all morning.
I mean,
streaming sensation.
Good morning.
On Netflix.
All right, so let's not wait any longer. Okay, so it's a Japanese reality show. It's called Old Enough, and it follows toddlers running errands without their parents. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with more. Joe, tell us all about it.
Yeah, so this show has actually been airing in Japan for more than 30 years, but Netflix recently licensed it, introducing the concept to an American audience and sparking plenty of debate.
Bye-bye.
The little boy in the squeaky shoes is just under 3 years old and embarking on a mile-long parent-free journey. He walks along this busy road before arriving at the grocery store where he's tasked with buying food and flowers. And then returns home, his first errand complete. The show is called Old Enough with an exclamation point, though some might argue a question mark is more appropriate. It's generating all kinds of discussion.
I mean, I raised my kids in bubbles, and I protected them, and I put up some guardrails, but I would not do this.
Japan is very different than the U.S. Neighborhoods are more pedestrian friendly, and the culture is more trusting of kids. In Japan, parents chaperone their 10 and 11-year-olds on just 15% of trips, compared with 65% here. One episode shows a 3-year-old crossing streets on her own to deliver her dad's lunch to his job. Another shows a toddler navigating public transport. On social media, newfound fans are calling the series adorable, sweet, and the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Some parenting experts think American audiences can learn from the show.
It's a little nerve-wracking to let your kids go, but when you do, they will just impress you.
There are people who are critical of this. They say this is irresponsible. We have crime in America. Our neighborhoods are not laid out the same way. What do you say to that?
If you're telling kids that everything they do is they're incompetent, they're in danger, watch out, they need us all the time, that might explain why kids are so anxious and depressed.
Old Enough takes many steps to keep the kids safe, with camera crews and safety teams always nearby. When darkness falls on one girl, the crew intervenes, lighting her way home.
Netflix recently dropped 20 episodes ranging in length from 7 to 20 minutes. They're short episodes. It has not released any stats about the show's popularity. A big question, if it is popular, might producers in America try to create something similar here? One challenge, of course, would be finding a place safe enough to actually do it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, depends where you live.
Well, and you know, Gotti said he watched it, and he said they don't have like a big camera crew. They have like a purse cam, so the child is not aware that there is somebody following them. But they're watching them.
Yeah, when we were kids, I was about 7 years old. My parents would send us to Goody's Luncheonette with a note, please give Al a pack of cigarettes and a six-pack of beer.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
And you've been doing it.
And they were doing this.
The good old days.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30. To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back. Tomorrow marks 75 years to the day that Jackie Robinson took the field in that iconic number 42 jersey and became the first black man to play in a Major League Baseball game.
Our Harry Smith spoke with his son David, who shared memories of his dad and reflected on that game-changing legacy. What an interview, Harry. Come
Amazing. And things you don't know about Jackie Robinson. Four-sport athlete at UCLA, right? Served in the military during World War II, was a lieutenant, in fact, and he was known as a guy who didn't back down to anything. But when Major League Baseball comes along and says, will you be the first? He was asked to turn the other cheek, and it costs a lot.
For many an American, the sight of Jackie Robinson in a Major League uniform was horrifying. It meant the segregated world from which they drew so much comfort had been upended, violated. For Robinson, it was both an opportunity and a burden.
He came out of poverty. His grandmother was a slave. His mother was a sharecropper and a domestic servant. He knew the horrors of the enslavement of our people and the discrimination and oppression.
David Robinson is Jackie's son. Here's the two of them at the March in Washington in 1963.
Fourth inning, no score, Brooklyn up, and Jackie Robinson pokes one into the left field stand.
For Jackie Robinson, baseball was much, much more than a game.
Baseball was even, for my father, a social development tool. His success was as a social change agent.
As a black man, I find it quite discouraging to look around and find how little has been done to lift minorities from the depths of poverty and despair.
In our home, he had a trophy room. And one wing or one wall of the trophy room was a glass encased setup where trophies and memorabilia from baseball were all there. But the other three walls were all about social involvement, plaques 3 deep on the walls in terms of thanking him for service and commitment and determination.
On the field, Robinson was Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, a Hall of Famer. Yet his stellar career did not exempt him from a fusillade of racial slurs, hate mail, and death threats. The St. Louis Cardinals threatened not to take the field when the Dodgers came to play.
As I read his autobiography, he talks about how significant a toll it took on him psychologically.
I don't think he would have done anything differently. I don't think he could walk away from that challenge and that opportunity.
For Black Americans, Robinson was a godsend, a breaker of barriers, a symbol of triumph, of hope.
There were certainly those who did not want us to succeed, but for every one of them, there were hundreds who were rooting for our success.
For baseball players of this era, his are the shoulders they stand on.
Tell me what it was like when you were playing to put the number 42 jersey on.
Just felt great to be able to, represent Jackie. I wouldn't be able to have a chance to chase my dreams without him. So to be able to honor him and go out and play the game that he loved and I love, it was great.
CC Sabathia was a dominating pitcher for 19 years in the majors, a 6-time All-Star.
Can you put your head in the mindset of what it must have been like for him to take the field?
You know what? No, I can't. And that's why, I'm so grateful to him. This game is hard to play. And to be able to go out and play with the whole country watching you and the pressure of all these African Americans, on your back. Because if he failed, then it may be another 10 years before we get another black player in MLB.
In Robinson's treacherous and triumphant journey, always there at his side was wife Rachel. She turns 100 this summer. Their son says they were indeed a dynamic duo.
He couldn't have done it solo, and a woman other than my mother, extremely intelligent, extremely sensitive, couldn't have stood up to the pressure either. They were both remarkable people.
And who will be at the Dodger game
Don't
tomorrow?
tell me.
David Robinson and Rachel.
Special. That's wonderful.
It's so interesting when you really peel apart the history, right? Yeah, go back, read the book, really just get involved in the whole thing. There were only 4 teams at the end of the 40s who had black players. The 50s is when the flood starts. And that's when black player after black player, Don Newcomb, Roy Campanella, Ernie Banks, Hank Aaron, all won MVPs, right? And all this talent sat on the sideline for decades and decades.
Playing in the Negro Leagues.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
And by the way, a little NBC connection. Jackie Robinson was the Community Activities Director for WNBC in 1952 to 1954.
Really?
And on the 25th anniversary, the baseball holds this big event to honor Jackie Robinson. He gets up there in front of all the brass and says, "Where are the black managers? There are no black managers."
Wow.
He says, "There has to be a day one time when I can look down to third base and see a black manager." First black manager then comes about 2 years later.
He never stopped fighting
Never,
after
ever.
baseball. That's amazing.
You highlighted his life after
Yeah.
baseball, which was so important.
Yeah.
And so much history making there, too.
Yeah. It was interesting because I thought, I know about Jackie Robinson. And I said, I downloaded the autobiography and it was like,
Wow.
That was great.
Right?
Harry, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
As we look ahead to Easter Sunday, Al is bringing us the story of a man of the church who is a symbol of inclusion, representation, and perhaps the future.
This was eye-opening. I feel blessed, literally blessed, that I was able to catch up with Bishop Joseph Espaillat, who is making change and making history in the Catholic Church from right here in New York City.
As they say in the hood, it's a new day. Let's get it.
Bronx-born Joseph Espaillat just became the youngest bishop in the United States at the age of 45. When the call came in from the Vatican, you didn't pick up the phone at first?
That is correct, Al. I cannot tell a lie. 4 times this call from Washington, D.C., and I was just like, I'm not picking this up. I don't owe anybody money. Then the 6th time, I said, okay, I better pick this up.
When did you really get serious and think, this is my calling?
I went to high school. It was there that a great priest challenged me. But he said, Joe, I think God might be calling you to become a priest. And at that point, it wasn't like, okay. It was like, okay. I said to the Lord, give me a sign. And the sign was, give me a full ride to Fordham University in the Bronx. And then after I graduated from Fordham, this was an intense spirituality year out in Northampton, Pennsylvania. I could do only one of 2 things, Al. It was either pray or talk to the corn stalks. And I decided to pray. and it was there that I said, okay, this is it. This is 100%. I'm gonna put everything into it and keep going.
Ordained to the priesthood in 2013, Espaillat knew he was meant to reach people in his own way. Among them, rapping.
Well, the story is that there was a talent show at this parish, and a couple of the young boys, but they wanted to rap, these secular songs, and they had a lot of bad words in them. And I said, I bet you money I could come up with a rap song. And they were like, oh, no, Father, you rap, you can't rap. And I was like, watch.
The bishop also hosts a podcast.
This is sainthood in the city. They think a saint can't be hip, a saint can't be cool, a saint, can't wear hoodies, a saint can't wear Jordans. And we just said, let's just go out there and let's do it.
He's a different voice for the church than some are used to. What do you say to those folks? You know, because a ministry is a ministry, and you've got to connect with people where they are, I would think.
You are 100% on the money, Al. And I tell those people, Jesus preached to his people in his day using their language, using their images, using their culture.
Espaillat also making history as the first Dominican bishop in the New York Archdiocese. What does that mean to you, and what does it mean to your community?
The Latinos here in the Archdiocese of New York, here in New York City, we're just happy, you know, to see somebody who looks like them, who speaks like them, who eats like them. It's a nod to the people of color, of minority, and saying, we see you, and you are important. And because we see you, and because you are important, here's one of your own.
As for what the future holds, he's got faith. I can't let you go without seeing if I could get maybe a little freestyle something going here.
Oh man, I didn't think you would put me on the spot, Al. Jesus came so we might live. So let us offer up our lives and simply give of our time, selves, and possessions. Let us love one another without condition. Easy, this will not be. Put all your faith and trust in the Trinity. Our Mother Mary will be there to lead and guide until her only Son we love and find.
That's perfect.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love this.
And look, he raises such a good point. You know, that's how Jesus preached, and so we've got to be more like Jesus.
I think that's such an amazing thing. I mean, as a Catholic, I see that the pews aren't filled with people like they used to be. So whatever it takes to get the community back in the 70s,
they started the hootenanny mass or the folk mass, you know, to be there at the moment. And so now we are at this point. And if it takes rap, then so be it.
Meet people where they are.
Exactly.
Right? That's good.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Time now for a delicious Easter dish that everybody in your family will love.
Everybody. Our chef this morning is the queen of Italian cuisine herself, Lydia Bastianich. Let's get cooking.
Absolutely. I have two great sous chefs here. So
Yes, you do.
Can I put you to work?
Yes,
so
you
lamb.
may.
Nice
Lamb.
pieces of lamb.
Yeah.
You know, secondary muscle. You want a little bit of the gelatin in there. Makes it good.
Gelatin.
Salt. Salt.
Salt it up.
Pepper.
A lot of salt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Who's the chef here?
You. I'm just commenting.
Oh, okay.
No sass.
So now,
no
since you want to get so much into cooking, do you want to put these in?
I'll put those in for you.
Okay,
Sure,
you
I'm
put
very
those.
busy.
You put this in,
here.
and we're gonna brown those
In
nice
olive
and
oil.
brown,
Okay.
and they're gonna get brown like that. We're gonna have some celery. Can you squash those for me?
What do you mean squash them? These are tomatoes?
Yeah, tomatoes.
Like Lucy? Okay.
Like this, like
Okay.
this.
Oh, like this. Okay.
There. Oh, you're. Oh.
Wait, what?
I made you wash your hands.
Yes, that's why I wash my hands.
Good.
So you know, this is a one pot meal. And
Okay.
today people are cooking, and that's how they're cooking.
In
In
one
the
pot.
kitchen, yeah.
Yes.
The desserts, the desserts come after in one pot. But the vegetables and the meat and the beef and all of that. So that you get it nice and brown.
Nice and brown.
We
Boy,
have.
you really got a close-up of me doing this tomato grinding.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
That's
Great
why.
job.
Yeah.
All done.
Here I have even ready a wet towel for you. Let's, we do like. There you go.
Oh no.
Okay. So.
Got it on my shirt. Okay.
You did?
No, everything's okay. What do we do? What do we do now?
We continue the cooking part.
Okay. Yes.
So in here we put the onion. Okay.
What's in there? So you took the
Onion.
lamb out of there, right?
The
You
lamb is out.
Yeah, I got
and
it.
all the remnants of the lamb, you want that.
Yeah.
You want
I love that
Okay.
onion.
So, okay, you can mix that. Put some salt in there. And you can put the bay leaves in there.
Bay leaves.
Bay leaves.
You put salt. Where you go?
Oh, put the salt.
And what's
Put the
this?
salt.
Okay.
Don't do
That's
that
it.
yet.
And mix. Put salt. Put
Okay.
salt.
Oh,
Right,
put more
mix.
salt. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you really salt it up, don't you, Lydia?
No, I don't. That's enough. Now you do it.
Well, you told me to.
You asked
Doing what you
this
told
is
me
the
to.
oregano.
Oh, oregano. Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
you buy it, but buy it on little sticks like this. This
Okay.
is real from Sicily. And what you do, you just squeeze it like this.
Oh, crumble it. So it's
Ah.
the real deal.
You want to try? Not the whole thing, just
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that is a little
My
too much.
goodness.
All right, well, I
Paprika?
followed your
A
salt
little
lead.
pinch.
paprika.
Or dump the whole thing.
You can dump the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Wow,
And we're going to put the celery.
Okay, celery.
Okay.
I'm over here busy. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You're still. Now, no, I'm going to get out of the way here. You guys are doing fantastic.
Okay.
Hold
Put the
it.
tomato in yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Put the
Okay.
tomato right in.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh, that's
Okay.
finely ground tomato.
Well, you did a good
I
job.
know.
You did a good job.
Yes.
So, Hoda,
Yeah, babe.
I'm going to keep him in the kitchen.
Yes, I think Andy's doing a 10 plus.
You like
Thank
to, you
you.
like to
Yes,
cook,
he
Andy?
is. Okay.
I mean, I have a nice kitchen.
What does that get you? Do you
Tell
cook?
me about it. Not really. I need to.
Yeah, get
here
it.
we go.
Okay, so
Yeah.
take tips.
Okay.
Now you can put, Hoda, you can put
Want
the
me to do
meat
that?
back in there.
Okay.
And you let it cook for about an hour like this.
Oh, wow.
Okay? An hour.
Put a top on it.
Yeah,
Low
we'll put
heat.
a little bit of water, let it simmer. This is
Simmer.
one of those braised, this is one of those dishes. Takes an hour and a half. But at the end, you really have this mellow meat that sort of breaks
Mellow
apart.
meat
Okay,
on
and this is
Easter.
And what's
this
that veggie down there?
that's squash.
Oh.
So after an hour and 10, 15 minutes, you touch it. If it's done, we add the squash to it.
Okay.
You're busy cleaning your hands.
I'm just cleaning myself.
Good. Good. So there you go. Do you like squash?
I mean,
You know, I know Hoda's flavors. I know what she likes. Do you like squash?
Do I like squash?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't.
I mean, yeah, I like it.
It's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
So
good.
now,
Not a
the
big lamb
squash
guy either.
squash doesn't take that long to cook.
Right.
You pick it up full speed.
Okay.
You want it to boil, to cook.
Okay.
And this is how it ends. And this is how you taste it now.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Here, Hodes.
Okay? Let me know what you think about it.
Hey.
No, it's going to be
Yeah.
totally yummy.
Yeah, it'll be really good.
And you don't want to overcook the
Lamb?
squash.
Oh, squash.
The squash, the lamb, you want sort of fall up. You like
Yummy.
it?
Very good. I'm not a big lamb guy. That's
You're
great.
surprised. It's very good.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, come this way.
Let's go dessert.
Let's go.
Ooh, yum.
Let's
Now
go
this
there.
is what I like.
Now this is dessert.
You know what?
Okay,
Well,
this is
good.
simple. So you have done some work there.
Yeah.
And just the assembling. You know, this is Italian. In Italian cuisine, it's called dolce al cucchiaio.
Okay.
Spoon dessert.
Yeah.
Like tiramisu is a spoon dessert.
Yes.
Okay.
So we do. You have some strawberries.
Dump
here.
those in. We don't have much time, but we'll
Yeah.
go ahead
I know,
and
we
assemble.
got-
Some
We have
liquor.
to go to break.
I know,
Okay.
we sure
Yeah.
do.
Okay. And
Well,
then
we'll just assemble.
no,
Yeah.
this one is marinated.
Is this on
Assemble with
today.com?
this.
This recipe?
Here.
Huh?
So you put strawberries, those
And the cream.
Let me.
Right.
Otherwise,
I think we got to go to break, but the recipe is at today.com/food.
Whoa, we covered a lot today. You got to come back tomorrow and help us close out the week.
We sure do, because now the legendary ice rink at Rockefeller Center, you know this, you've been waiting for this. It's now a roller skating rink. We can't wait to show you an up-close look. And we have a special guest who's going to help. Do you know who that is?
I did know, but then
Okay,
I forgot
okay.
because I have that pandemic
Yeah,
thing
it's
that
happening.
All right, talked about earlier this week. Okay, bye. Bye. See you then. It'll be good though. Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And we had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean. Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm starting to find a little confidence in the kitchen. Now, culinary superstar Bobby Flay, sharing his love of seafood from coast to coast. Today, we're gonna be making crab cakes with an orange chive tartar sauce, and then try a West Coast-inspired crispy fried fish taco with a mango black bean salsa. I love tacos. I have a lot to learn about seafood, and I cannot wait to give this a shot. So, let's get started. Is Bobby Flay? Bobby Flay? It's really Bobby Flay?
It's really Bobby Flay.
I mean, we have a long history together.
Yes, we do. We've made lots of food on the Today Show together.
We have, and you've even been called in to try to teach me to cook a long time ago.
Yes, and we're back.
We're back. Guess what? It didn't stick, but now it is. I'm learning a few things.
So I've been brought in to teach you, a couple of things: seafood, but also frying seafood.
Okay, so what's our plan today?
So the plan today is first we're going to shape the crab cakes, make the tartar sauce, fry the crab cakes, make the mango black bean salsa, prepare the batter, and fry the fish, plate, and serve. We're gonna start by cutting a shallot.
My instinct would be to cut off these edges.
Yes, exactly. Cut off the edges.
And then
exactly.
I know I've learned that you should, when you have a round thing, you need to give yourself a flat edge.
Yeah, so cut it in half. We're gonna make cuts in two different directions. First, we're gonna go like this.
Are we mincing?
We're gonna make them very fine.
Okay.
Because this is actually going to be in the crab cake, and we're not going to take it out. So we want it to be
good little bite
easy
size.
Exactly right. The one thing I always tell people when they have a knife in their hand, don't daydream. Just think about exactly what you're doing at the very moment.
Why would I daydream when being with you is a dream?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Crab cake is over.
Okay, I know. So I did that, and now am I just chop?
Nope.
Oh.
And then you're gonna take your hand.
Oh, right.
Do you remember this?
This thing, right? Hold it together.
Exactly.
I hate this.
You
I hit too hard, and I have to hold it like this because otherwise it splays out.
Yes, that's okay. Exactly. And that's how you're gonna create a fine dice.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. This is so unnatural.
It is?
Look
Look
at
how beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Cute.
Now, so if a couple of months ago, if somebody handed you a shallot, do you think you could get it diced like that?
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
exactly. So we're going to put our shallots in here.
Okay. So neutral oil like canola or something, or vegetable?
Canola oil, vegetable oil. You know what? I've been using a lot of avocado oil.
Whose big bit is this?
I think that's mine.
It's definitely yours, Bobby.
I'll
It's
take
not
credit
mine.
for it. Okay.
Okay.
There's two different ways to saute. Like in this case, we're sauteing the shallots.
Yeah.
With color is sauteing, and sweating it is cooking it without color.
Okay.
So what we want to do is sweat this.
Okay.
So we're softening the shallots. We're bringing out all the natural flavors. You can smell how delicious
It
that
smells so good. Dumb question alert. How do I know it's soft if I can't touch it? It's too hot.
Well, you're feeling it with your.
Yeah.
You can also taste it.
Oh yeah, they're big on tasting.
They're big.
Really opens up the pores. It still tastes hard to me.
Okay, so then keep sauteing them.
Okay.
And they're starting to get a little color, so let's be careful.
Okay.
All right, I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. I'm turning it off.
Great. All right, so we're going to put this into our bowl.
Oh, we forgot to have a toast.
Oh my goodness.
Bobby.
We're drinking already.
I know, that's how we do on this show.
Ginger beer margaritas.
Okay. Whoo! Got a little kick to it.
Yes,
I like
it does.
it.
Yes,
I
it
like
does.
it. All right, now that we're liquored up, what do we do next?
How are you at zesting?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, just be careful. You don't want to zest your fingers.
This is an ongoing thing. I don't know if I'm right or left-handed.
Can I show you? Can I show you
Please,
something?
would you
Okay.
please?
Yes. Okay. So you can do this one of two ways. You can actually do it like this.
Oh, I've never seen that.
And what happens is the zester then captures the zest there, and you can go just go
Oh,
like
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay, let me try that.
Try that. Well, just be careful with it. They are sharp.
This is painful for you, isn't it?
No, it's not at all.
How much? Can I be done
That's enough.
zesting?
That's
Okay.
enough.
What,
But
now
we
got
need
a
lemon too.
zest. Okay.
Yeah. Can I be done zesting?
Oh my
I've
God.
had enough of zesting.
Zesting! Death by zesting! Has the zester ever killed anyone? Okay.
I don't know. All right, that's enough lemon.
Okay, good.
I can't watch it anymore.
You know what I'm gonna do? Avoid all recipes with zesting. There will be no zesting.
Who needs zest?
No.
Okay. Now, we're gonna take all this mayonnaise.
Okay.
And the mayonnaise obviously is gonna give it some richness. Like mayonnaise always tastes good, and also it's gonna help bind the crab cake itself.
Okay.
We're gonna take 1 tablespoon, which is that measure of horseradish. Horseradish has a good zesty flavor to it.
It does. Makes your sinuses open up.
Exactly, it does. I love horseradish.
Me too.
How
much of that?
The 1 tablespoon of whole grain mustard. Okay. And the thing I like about whole grain mustard is obviously it's gonna have that little mustard bite.
Yes.
And
I just.
you know what I love about you? This is like the measuring is a guide, which honestly, I actually like that because we're not baking, so it doesn't have to be exact.
That's funny because that's one of the hardest things for me to get used to is that it doesn't have to be all perfect.
Especially when you're not baking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And half tablespoon of whatever this is. What is
it's actually half tablespoon of Calabrian chilies. They're hot. Yes. Toss all this crab in here.
Ooh, okay. Exciting. Okay. Now, where did you get this at the store?
This is Maryland jumbo lump crab meat. It's already cooked and it's already clean.
Okay.
It's not cheap, but it's a great product.
Yeah.
We don't want to mix it yet because we want the crab to stay, in pretty big pieces.
Okay.
You paid money for that texture. We don't want to destroy it.
Okay.
Right? How are you at seasoning? I think one of the things that separates a home cook from a professional cook is how aggressive they season.
Oh.
And I'm talking about just salt and pepper.
Okay.
Okay. So this is kosher salt, which is what I always use. And when you pick up kosher salt in your fingers, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And when I season with kosher salt, I crush it in my fingers and then I just go like this.
Okay. Should I add more?
Add some more. Exactly.
Ooh,
and
more
then,
or no?
And then pepper.
Okay.
And like
How's that?
more.
Oh.
Now we're gonna take 2 tablespoons of Wonder flour.
Now, what is Wonder flour?
So it's Wondra.
Oh,
it's
Wondra.
not Wonder.
Wonder. I wonder what Wondra is.
There you go, Wonder flour.
Dump it in?
Yes. So Wonder flour is kind of sprinkle it around. Wonder flour is it's already steamed and cooked, so it's going to dissolve a lot easier than say all-purpose flour, which is still raw.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And this is what's going to help bind our crab cakes. Now we're gonna you can start to fold it in, and I want you to fold as opposed to stirring.
Right. I remember folding from baking.
Exactly. See, this is starting to look really good. Now, one of the things about these crab cakes, Savannah, is that we walk a tightrope in terms of whether or not they're going to hold together. And what we're doing is we're giving up the idea of adding lots of breadcrumbs and lots of filler and keeping it about the crab, but at the same time, we want it to stay together.
So we're not using those crutches.
We're not using the crutches.
So
we want flavor. So this is where we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. How do you feel about that?
I feel good if I'm wearing these gloves.
Oh my goodness.
Spicy.
It's not very
So-
glamorous, but I'm gonna go with
Okay,
it.
no, I know. Okay, so I'm just making a little ball.
So yeah, so you make a ball like
Like
this.
a round ball. Okay, I
To
thought
start,
it'd be flat.
almost like a meatball. But then what I do is I make it into almost like a burger. Okay.
How's that look? Should I make it a little flatter like
Yeah,
yours?
like that. See if you can make it like that. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that. Okay, let's see if we can tell whose is whose. Okay, that's definitely the professional.
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we most certainly can. When did you start cooking? Like, how did you learn?
I started cooking when I was 17 years old.
Oh.
I dropped out of high school.
Wow.
And I went to work in a restaurant because I needed a job. And I've been doing the same thing every day.
Oh my gosh.
It's 10 years later.
Wow.
It's been a decade.
You look so young.
Thanks.
Do these cook or chill or what?
They're gonna chill.
Okay.
So and chilling them is actually one of the things that's gonna help hold them together.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to put them in the refrigerator?
I will. They look so good.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Okay.
All right, tartar sauce time. All right,
Let's do it.
so chives are in the onion family. I love chives, and I like to cut them, I like to cut the edge off.
What edge?
I like to cut the edge off like
Yeah,
this.
I don't like those, friends.
And then start here.
Okay.
So then you have a nice even edge.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then again, just kind of that rocking method.
I'm trying to hide my fingers like you told me.
Very, very as fine as you can get them.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
Don't daydream.
I know.
That's really good.
Thank you.
And also incredibly consistent.
Oh, good. I'm so delighted.
I mean, look at that.
Okay.
That's really, really good.
I love it. And do we have enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
between the two of us, I think we have plenty.
All right, just throw it all in?
Yeah, toss it in there. So now we're gonna stir everything together. So we're gonna start with some orange zest. Now that
Okay.
you're a professional
I know,
zester.
exactly.
We have some capers that are chopped up.
Okay.
Okay, good, nice salty flavor.
It seems chunky for a sauce.
But it's a tartar sauce,
Okay.
and it has texture, which is great. So these are the cornichon or gherkins, as you like to call them.
Gherkins.
They're pickles. They're
Oh,
baby pickles.
I love a baby
Yeah.
pickle. Chef tax.
Orange juice.
Orange juice, really?
Orange juice, yeah.
Okay.
And then salt and pepper, always.
Oh, okay. Sprinkle technique.
Crush.
Crush and sprinkle.
2 tablespoons of that vinegar. Just do it by eye.
I
Do it
can't
by eye. Do it by. You
Do
can
you promise?
do it. I promise. I'm standing right here.
Okay.
Perfect.
one.
A little more.
That's 2.
Good.
Really? God, I feel like a pro.
Killing the game. So you're just gonna mix this all together until it's well incorporated, and then we'll let this sit for like a half an hour. We have a lot of flavors in there. We just want all the flavors to kind of meld together.
Looks
Here,
good.
You have to taste this.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Make sure you're happy with all the
This is my
seasoning,
seasoning.
etc.
Oh, that's good. Ooh, that thing.
Yes, exactly. That's the pickling. That's the as you like to call them, the gherkins or the cornichon. We can leave it at room temperature.
Okay.
You just put a little in the serving bowl, so it looks nice and pretty.
Yeah.
And we can save the rest for later.
Okay.
If there's any left over.
Great.
All right, perfect. Let's make some crab cakes.
Okay. Should I go get them?
Please do. This is so fun. You're doing so much of the work. We're gonna take some Wondra flour.
Wondra.
okay?
How much Wondra?
Make sure we
I
have enough.
wonder how much Wondra.
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And this is something that you should know in general. When you're doing a dredging station, like if you're making cutlets of chicken where it's like flour, egg, breadcrumbs, you season every layer.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's gonna be bland.
Okay,
Exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, stir it around. So it's just seasoned. And then, so basically what we're gonna do is now you have to be very gentle here, Savannah. We have the crab cakes, they're nice and chilled. So we're just gonna kind of go like this.
Just top and bottom, or should I get the sides?
You can get the sides too.
Okay.
Okay?
You're gonna drop it right in there?
We're gonna drop it right in. Let me show you. So basically, a good way to do that is like this. Okay, and they're gonna fry.
fry,
So
that's
you
why
wanna
I
do the same
said
thing.
that.
So
Okay,
like,
gentle,
yeah, very gentle. Treat them with kid gloves, so to speak.
Okay, does that seem good?
Yep. Put it on there and just very carefully. Don't drop it.
Don't be mad.
Beautiful. What we're trying to accomplish is creating a nice crust on the outside on all parts of the crab cake.
Okay.
And it's gonna take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to flip these over because.
Yeah, at some
Yes.
point.
Okay.
We're gonna flip this in a few seconds.
Okay.
Now, again, you wanna be careful here. And what I like to do is kind of like turn it away from me.
Oh.
So if it splatters, it goes that way as opposed to this way.
Okay.
And see, look, nice and crispy.
Looks nice, and it didn't fall apart.
No. Or, yeah.
If this falls apart, I'm gonna die.
No, it's not gonna fall apart.
Just be a good crab cake.
All right.
Hey!
I know,
Is
but
that
you did it
all
right at you.
Oh.
Just be careful.
Okay.
Go, you know.
Oh, okay.
All right, so move this one over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now this guy.
So this guy, here's what you can do. You can just use this guy as the background.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
But,
Use him to flip it over.
okay. And then I'm gonna. Oh, come on now. Now they're friends. They
Right.
don't want to get apart. Okay, now flip it this way.
Flip it.
This way.
Yeah.
But I find that to be harder.
Okay.
Oh no, it's falling apart. I knew it was too good to be true. Oh, Bobby, we got a loose crab piece.
No, it's okay.
What do we do?
There's one little crab piece.
All
Don't
right.
worry about it. You know what?
Whew.
Here's the thing. They'll know they're homemade.
Yes.
And that's really good. That's a really good thing.
That's true.
All right, so basically now we're gonna start to take these out and we're gonna put them on a paper towel so that they just drain a little bit.
Okay. Should I go for it?
Yeah, go for it.
Can't lose another one.
Gorgeous.
This is Bobby's, the good one.
A good one.
Put this on your plate.
Nice.
Can I use my finger?
Yeah.
And then this is the number 2.
Yep. Yeah, hold on. Nice job.
This is the problem child. Okay, this guy wants to fall apart. Don't do it. Don't
It
fall
looks
apart.
great.
It does.
It looks
It's
great.
gonna taste good.
All right, a little salt and pepper on top while it's still warm.
I'm doing it. Is that too much? I'm
Nah,
doing your.
that's fine. We have crab cakes, and then we're gonna put them on here.
Okay.
Come on, bring them on over.
Oh, don't break.
Nice.
Gosh, these look really good.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Nice and crusty.
Oh, and hot. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the table.
Gorgeous. Yes, put it on the table.
Are you so proud of us?
I am very proud of you.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're gonna fry some fish, but before we get into that, let's make our black bean mango salsa. Prioritizing what you do first, second, third, etc. in any meal is really important. But we know that we can make the black bean salsa, the black bean and mango salsa ahead of time, let it sit, have it done, because the fish, when we cook it, then we want to eat. We're gonna start by dicing an onion. We need half of a red onion.
Okay. That's going to be good enough for government work. Here we go.
Exactly.
I'm not going to beat Bobby Flay today.
No, you're not, but these look really good. Well, let's do the mango next.
Okay. Mango is a very tricky fruit.
It's a very tricky fruit. First of all, when you pick a mango, you want it to be ripe. You want it to have some give as you kind of push your thumb into it. Making these stand up is really important. And then you're gonna go down both sides of the mango so that you get these two lobes. One like this, and then one like this.
No pit, no pit, no pit.
Yeah, the pit is in there.
Okay,
and then
I'm trying to avoid the pit.
And then of course you can go around the sides to get these little pieces as well.
Yeah. You don't want to lose. I can't see where the pit
And then basically this is like the pit's in here, but I just eat this.
Oh, I like that.
So good, so ripe. We're gonna make like almost like diamonds in the mango. You don't want to cut all the way through, just to the skin. Then you're gonna turn it and you're gonna go this way.
Oh, I'm making like a little. I actually cut an avocado sometimes like this.
Yes, exactly right. You can scoop the mango right with a spoon.
Oh,
look at that. There's a handful of different ways to cut a mango. I think this is the prettiest way and the easiest way.
Now, some of my pieces are kind of big and
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're making tacos. Everything's going to be fine.
Exactly.
I use canned black beans all the time. They're always cooked perfectly.
Good.
Strain them out, throw them in there.
Good, because I didn't want to make beans.
Okay. I didn't want to make beans, so you're not going to make beans.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Pour
have...
the margarita. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Well,
Might be
close.
good, yeah.
Close. The lime juice.
Lime juice,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, now a couple more things we're going to put in here. Some honey.
Okay. How much?
I don't know. Open it up. Let's do this.
Oh, boy.
Let's do this. Pour some in. It's
Pour some in. What
Yeah.
does that even mean? That's good, right?
A little more.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Whatever you say, honey.
I forgot one more thing.
Oh.
We have to put the jalapeno in.
Oh,
there.
okay.
We have to dice that.
Okay.
Okay. Let's cut the stem off. Cut it in half lengthwise.
Okay.
You're gonna take the inside pith and the seeds out. So now we just have the flesh of the pepper. And then you're gonna turn it upside down,
Yeah, flatten it.
push it down, and then you're gonna dice it. Put some olive oil in there.
How much? It says 1/4 cup.
Fire
that?
away.
Can I measure
Go.
it?
No. I want you in the bowl.
Okay, I'm
I
in the bowl.
want you in the bowl.
I'm present.
Exactly. Because
That seems
this-
like, that seems like is that enough?
a little more, because you feel like you're doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
good, okay.
And then you're gonna season this with salt and pepper, because we season everything with salt and pepper.
Yes.
Look at
Okay.
you.
Look at I'm doing your technique. A little more? Or is that good?
Little something salty, and then that's good. And then some black pepper.
Okay. Stir it.
Stir this up.
This is looking good.
All right.
Some of my big mango chunks are a little aggressive, but it's good.
It actually looks very good. I'm gonna add some cilantro. How do you
Okay.
feel about cilantro?
I like the flavor. I've never chopped it or anything.
Okay, so let's do this.
Okay.
Make a little room on your board. You're going to take the flowers off the stems.
Okay. Like all these leaves, you mean?
The leaves, yeah. That's the part of cilantro that you want to eat. Okay, that's good. So
Okay.
then just kind of make it into a pile like this, and you're going to coarsely chop it. So you put your hand on top of the knife, and you just kind of rock back and forth, right? And then you kind of go this back and forth
That's
this
fun.
way,
This makes me feel like I'm on a cooking
and just
show.
and put it back into a pile.
Okay. Oh, it sounds good.
That's coarsely chopped herbs,
Okay.
as opposed to finely chopped.
Okay.
Nice and coarse. Throw them in there. Okay. So we're gonna stir this up.
Stir it.
You taste it and tell me what you think.
Okay. I like it.
Do you think
A
it needs
little
anything?
oniony.
I think it needs a little more salt.
Okay.
And this is the way you cook. If you're not chewing, you're not cooking. It's also beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Next step.
Next step, let's fry some fish.
Let's do it. You know what I like to do before I deep fry?
What?
Take a big deep swig.
Okay, let's do it.
Should we do it?
Yes, absolutely. It's the deep
Cheers.
fry swig.
Okay. So instead of the deep beer batter,
I love that you drink first and then cheers.
well, I didn't know we were cheersing.
You were prepping. Okay.
know. Bad
Okay.
form.
So let's start with rice flour. Okay.
How
So,
much?
we're gonna do equal parts. So do 1 cup. Do equal parts of water, and you're going to whisk. What we're trying to achieve here is a very light batter, so that it has some crispiness, but you can definitely see and taste the fish.
Okay.
Okay, that's the key.
Now you told me that fish that fried doesn't have to be bad for you. But
I mean-
isn't frying like just terrible?
Well, frying can be bad for you if like, for instance, the oil is not hot enough, and it seeps in throughout all the protein.
Oh.
But if it's just crisping the outside of it and repelling it, then it's totally fine.
Okay, now how's that?
Okay, so that's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little bit of this rice flour, and we're gonna use this as a dredge, kind of like, we don't even have to measure it. All right, we can just, and then we're gonna season every layer, as we said. Remember?
Look at my heavy hands.
I know. Are you seasoning more now than ever before?
Yeah, especially with your eyes on me. I don't want to get in trouble. How's that?
It's good.
Now,
Season the
do
fish
I
too.
need to whisk? Oh my
Season the
gosh,
fish.
Really?
Yes. We don't want bland foods,
No,
Savannah.
I do not. But geez, that's a lot. I would just be afraid it'd
That's
be
good.
like over salted.
That's good.
And
No,
pepper
it's
too.
not. Yep.
Okay.
That's a thick, dense piece of fish. We want to taste it all
But
the
I
way
didn't have to
through.
do both sides.
That's
just
fine.
one side.
That's
Okay.
totally fine. So, okay. So we're gonna dredge this, meaning we're gonna take the fish, make sure and hit it on all sides on the flour, in the flour first.
Flour first and then, or I
Yes,
would have done
because-
this, then this.
No, because this is actually going to hold on to this.
Okay. All right. So, should I use tongs or just use my
Use your
fingers?
hand.
Okay. All right. So
Roll it around.
dredging,
Yeah, roll it around.
all sides, kind of
Yep.
deal. Okay.
And then pat it so that you get the excess off. That's enough.
Like that.
Yep.
And in here.
Yep. I want to be careful.
Okay.
Let's just do this.
Yeah. With me. Okay.
365 degrees.
Okay, there's that thermometer.
Now you can do the rest of them.
Okay, let me do.
And this is going to be a very, very light batter, nice and crispy.
I hope you don't like that shirt because
That's
I'm
okay.
getting flour all over it.
No problem.
Okay, well, send me your bill.
I'm just going to keep drinking.
That's what I recommend.
I love coming to your kitchen. There's always alcohol in it.
I know. Savannah's Syrupy Kitchen.
You're doing great. I love the technique.
Okay.
And also, like, you're moving really well in the kitchen. All right, so we're gonna let this cook for about 5 minutes total. And then we have a wire rack there so that the oil drips through to the bottom.
Okay.
Just be very gentle and also be very careful. It's very hot oil.
You can't even see anything. I don't even know if I'm getting one. Okay, wait.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
See, it's like a stealth-like batter. Just touch that.
Okay.
Nice and crispy.
Did I get enough on there?
You did great. Let's get the fish out of the pot.
Okay. It's been 5 minutes. Does this
Beautiful.
look right to you?
Yep, put it on the tray. Looks great. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
It does. Ooh, I didn't stick the landing.
So great.
Okay. It
So
looks
light
nice.
and crispy.
It really does.
Here are your two favorite friends.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
A little salt and pepper,
Okay.
just on top while it's still hot and the oil's still warm.
Oh my gosh, I really overdid that one. Well, that's a salt.
It's okay. And also, when you season, you want to season from up here
Why?
because otherwise you're going to have clumps of salt.
Well, that's what
if
I
it's
did
too
get.
close.
You're right.
Exactly.
Well, that's what happened.
Beautiful.
Ooh. This looks nice. Can we
Done.
eat?
Yes, let's eat. You get the fish, I'll get the salsa. Let's do it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at this feast we've made.
Fantastic.
But it's not just your TV. I actually learned something today.
I know.
How are you gonna create your fish taco?
Okay, so we have some tortillas here.
Yeah.
Nice and warm.
Oh, that looks like a nice tortilla.
I'm going to teach you a secret. Don't
Okay.
take the one on the top. Take the one in the middle because
Oh.
it's more pliable.
Oh, how interesting.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take a little avocado relish. And then you can take a piece of fish. Fish on top.
Oh my gosh.
A little mango salsa.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this looks so good.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what I like to do is just kind of squeeze a lime on top.
Oh yeah.
And then you can take a little cilantro, maybe just a sprig, and put it on top. You can just pick up your tortilla, and you have a fish taco.
Oh my gosh, this is a big bite. Turn the camera away. It's
Well,
not
you,
gonna be pretty.
taste the fish. You know, it's
Okay.
like.
Oh my god. It's so good. Don't look at me. It's so good.
It's light and crispy. You did a great job cooking the fish. And this is obviously great for, to make a taco. But also, you can also do, serve it as, fish and chips.
Oh, my kids would love that with this ketchup.
Yeah. Just remember this. Flavor is very important, but contrast of texture is just as important in eating and cooking.
All right, I gotta try this crab cake now. That is so good.
Tastes like crab.
It tastes like crab.
And that's the cake.
I would say that's the best crab cake I ever had.
Best crab cake you ever made.
Yeah, that's true. Only crab cake I ever made, but yum, that is delish. And I love this chunky tartar sauce. This is delicious. I am so proud of myself. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Cheers.
Thank you. You've been on a long journey with me, Bobby.
Savannah, invite me back anytime. I'm here to teach.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi.
I don't know why I'm thinking this in this moment, but I was just thinking when you very first, had your very first day at work at the Today Show, I don't picture you being intimidated, but I wonder if when you walked in on day one, if you were.
I mean, yes, I think. And I think I was well aware that I was coming from teaching, that it was a total shift in what I'd been doing. I think the other thing that was hard is that the very first time I sat down on the couch, they were announcing like, oh, you're joining the show and let's talk about you. And for some reason, I know this may sound weird now, but that made me uncomfortable.
Talking about
myself.
yourself.
Like telling the stories. I was so excited because then we were flying to Dallas and I was going to tell the story of this little boy that I'd met there that I just loved. And that part felt natural to me, the storytelling about somebody else. But when they were talking about me, I just remember like blushing and feeling kind of embarrassed.
I remember the initial days, and look, NBC's a great place to work and everyone's really nice. But whenever you go into a new place and the people have been there for years and years and years and you're learning the skills, like I know that you're a worker, but I didn't realize how hard you worked until you came to NBC. I mean, you did not stop. You were like, I'm going to work until I learn all this stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, a therapist might say too much because I think, you know, coming into a new place, I'm also aware of what people might think about me. You know, I have a public life. I had a public life really by not my choice, but I was born into one. And so I'm not naive. I knew that people might think, oh, you know, she doesn't need to work. You know, why does she work hard? And so I think I tried to prove otherwise. And maybe people didn't even think that. You know, I have no idea, but I worked against that.
So I don't think I've ever been anywhere with you where someone hasn't said, oh my gosh, I knew your grandfather. I worked with your dad. And I wondered, you always have, you know, a beautiful smile and you're always wanting to hear how, what, oh yeah, I'll tell them. But I wondered, like, how does that feel?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's always been that way. Yeah. And it's so funny because Poppy actually just said something to me. She said, Daddy told me that you used to not like that people knew who you were. And now that you're okay with it. And I was like, that's probably true. I was also like, why are they talking about me? But that's probably true. I think in college in particular, you know, Barbara and I, we were normal kids. Like we had a very normal childhood. We grew up in Midland, Texas, moved to Dallas. You know, it was interesting because we had grandparents who had big jobs, but they weren't in our day-to-day. So it was foreign to us, which is weird. And I know that that's probably hard for people to believe, but it was. And so much so that when my dad became president, he was like, don't worry, you can be normal. Like he just wanted to give us what we wanted, but like obviously we couldn't. But I think he really believed that.
How did they do that? Like what did they do to make life normal? Like
I think they just never asked us to go on we didn't do one campaign or political event for our dad until we graduated from college.
Oh, wow.
I mean, when we were little, we might have done a thing or two for my grandfather. But once my dad ran for president, we didn't go to one thing. I mean, election night, you know, but during the campaign trail, we didn't want to be part of it. And that was okay with him. Like he wasn't using us as his daughters for any sort of, you know, campaign picture or anything like that. We just weren't part of it. And I think, you know, I think they allowed us to have our lives. I think one thing that was really fortunate for Barbara and me is that college is this really selfish time.
Yeah.
Meaning you're trying to figure out who you are outside of your family, outside of what the expectations your household has for you. And so we could be in that, you know, we could like explore. And so we didn't really think a lot about all that came with our dad's job. You know, we could try to come up with our own identity. And so I think then it was hard. I mean, it was particularly hard for Barbara, who went to Yale, didn't know anybody. And she says even now, she's like, I don't think anybody voted for Dad. And even her college roommates were in the front row of like some book event. I'm like, no, surely y'all voted for him. And they were like, no, we did not. So I think it was particularly hard for her. I mean, I went to a school where I was surrounded by friends I already had. But I think that type of thing embarrassed us.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about how cool it would be to have a twin sister to go through life with. You know exactly what the other's feeling. She just had a baby.
I know.
She's been waiting for that for so long.
I mean, it's because we've done everything together, and particularly when we were little, we were in sync. One of us wasn't older and therefore cooler and had a different reaction to something that was happening. We had a really shared history because we were the same age. And so it's interesting how adulthood happens and how I just met Henry and was a child bride and had kids, and that she didn't meet somebody. She had a lot of boyfriends, but wasn't. And people always asked about it. I mean, it was kind of disheartening, to travel with her, and people would say well, why aren't you married?
Painful. Oh God.
I mean, painful is the right word. And actually Condoleezza Rice once said that people asked her too why she's not married. Even now, after she was Secretary of State, after she's done all these things, when you want to ask her about the nuclear code or something, why are you asking that question? And so I think one of the things that people assume too is why hadn't she had kids? And she actually had decided before my grandmother died, she had a conversation with my grandmother where she had decided to have kids on her own.
She did.
And she talked to my grandmother about it. And my grandmother said, I think that's a really good idea. And so Barbara froze her eggs and was planning, if she didn't meet somebody, to go ahead and do it, and then hopefully meet somebody else, or, I don't, that was her plan. And she was so, I think she was so comforted by our grandmother's response, which was encouraging. She was so encouraged by our 92-year-old grandmother's, that she thought, that sounds like a good idea.
Do you miss her, your sister?
Yeah, I do. I mean, she's going to be moving back here.
Oh, she is. Okay.
So I'll be spending more time with her, but I do. It's interesting how our lives followed this very similar narrative as little kids, and then took this, I just started a family earlier. It'll be really fun to watch her become a mom, and she's FaceTiming me with the baby, feeding the baby a bottle, and all of those, wondering what we should do for Halloween, all of these things that where our narratives are coming back together. And I just can't wait to watch her, become a mom.
I know there's so many, when you think of all these phases of life where you think, I couldn't breathe without the person next to me.
Yeah.
And suddenly they're not next to you.
Yeah.
And
what happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
back. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was moving back.
Yeah, she's moving back here, which I think will be really great.
God.
Yeah.
Thank God. You're about to turn 40.
Mm-hmm.
How does that sit with you? How does 40 sit?
It's interesting. It feels, I mean, in some ways, I haven't even really thought about it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's interesting is that my dad had a big milestone at 40. He quit drinking the day after his 40th birthday. Wow. And I actually don't remember him ever drinking. Like, I was 5 years old, so my first memories I had no memory of him ever drinking alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting to me because a lot of his stories, to us, just in our family, sort of begin at 40. His life I think he had like a new lease on life at 40, a really important revelation that he just couldn't, drink. And so that's something. I mean, that sits with me. That sits with me because it was just a really important part of our family. Like that choice that he made really had ramifications that felt all the way down to us. And so that's an interesting thing.
Is that something that he talks about?
Yeah.
He does? Well,
I mean, he does. He didn't, he really just woke up on the day after his 40th birthday. I'm like, Henry, you better watch me on my 40th birthday because I don't really want to quit. I don't think I need to. But he woke up and just decided that it didn't suit him, that he wasn't as present of a parent or a husband as he wanted to be. And so, yeah, he talks about it. I mean, he talks about just how, and I think it's something that's super important that in my life to just take stock of the choices that I'm making, and make sure that, and it's something that I think about. He had a conversation with me when I was younger and just said, always it runs in our family, alcoholism.
Yeah.
And so think about it, just make sure that you're making those choices that are best for your family. And so I do think about that because I think there is this culture and with motherhood in particular where it's like, celebrates.
Right. Mommy juice. Let's go to the park. We'll meet together.
Yeah, or
it's a lot
this
of
is
fun.
mommy drinks this.
Yeah.
And I think because I had a father who was, vocal about that choice, that it makes me just think about it in my own life too.
I was going to ask you if anything scares you, and I wondered if that was on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, and we have other friends, people whose parents were alcoholics, and yeah, I mean, I think I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on. I don't feel like it affects me in a way, but my sisters quit drinking. My mom no longer drinks. So, it definitely is something that, I don't think it's as scary because I don't remember
that part.
My dad drinking too much. And I never really thought, my mom, I don't remember my mom drinking too much. So it's not like, but I think I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah. Does anything intimidate you? Like if someone were to walk, is there a person who could walk in the room right now who would intimidate you in one way or the other in terms of like, oh my God, I can't believe that person's here. I feel like we've met a lot of cool people.
I know, I'm trying to think. I mean, I think, it's funny because when I was first interviewed for a book that I wrote, Diane Sawyer asked me like who I'd be starstruck by. And I think she expected me to say like Justin Bieber or something, but he wasn't big then. I mean, I don't know who would have been like
somebody
the 2006
like
Justin Bieber, but Justin Timberlake, whoever it was. And I was like Toni Morrison.
You said that when you were that.
Yes. And because I loved Toni Morrison. And she actually said after the interview, she said, "What are you doing now?" And I was flying back to Washington, D.C., and she said, because I wanted to invite you to my house and have Toni Morrison come over. And I was like, damn.
Wait, first of all, I cannot believe that's who you said.
And she was shocked, and Diane Sawyer is friends with Toni, friends with Toni Morrison.
So you've loved, I know you love books because you talk about it. Have you loved them forever? I mean,
yes.
Oh my God.
And Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye I read, I think, my sophomore year in high school, and it totally changed my perspective on everything. And it's hard to even articulate why.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were are still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Jenna, one of the things I love about this podcast, and I love since we started, is I really do feel like I'm sitting in a therapy session. I'm meeting people, and I feel like I almost feel guilty that this is a job. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. You know, you pay a therapist. I'm like, so how much? But I remember when Pastor Michael Todd came on, he had such a profound effect on me. There was something about how he viewed the world with intention, how every day he set off with something in mind to do, not just, oh, well, it's another Wednesday. But one of the things that struck me the most was what he said about his relationship with his wife and how he builds on it. He said that we become different people every 5 years. So this is what he had to say.
If you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. And we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore. And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. That used to really get you going. What happened?
I mean, that right there, is that the plainest statement? You've been with Henry for a long time.
It's the plainest, but when you told it to me, it was like a light bulb went off, because I have said to Henry, but why aren't you as joyous?
Yeah.
When I first met Henry, I remember him skipping.
Oh,
he was real? That. I mean, I don't know if he actually did it, but that's the energy that I got from him. He was so carefree. I mean, he just was filled with joy.
Yeah.
I think that's who he is.
Yeah.
But obviously, however many years later, 13, 14 years later, there's other things that have happened in life that he's not the same person. And I shouldn't expect that. But until you told me what the pastor said, I had never thought of it that way.
Me too. I did the same thing when it came to Joel, and think about us too.
Yeah.
By the way, you're a completely different person than the person I met when you started working here.
Yeah.
You're totally different. You're new. You come in with a million ideas. You're so in charge. You are so in charge.
I am.
Yes, you're in charge, man. You have this thing, which I found really admirable, because you could walk into a place where you have learned the craft. You've learned this craft faster than anyone I've ever seen. You have the craziest news instincts that I haven't seen with someone who hasn't been in this business for 15 years. You're like, let's lead with that. Why don't we take a break here? Why don't we, all those little bits and pieces. But that's just how you've changed professionally. But I was just thinking about the same thing back to me and Joel. It's the exact same thing. Joel doesn't like the same things he liked.
Yeah.
We always ate at the same place. I never really liked the place.
Yeah.
Why are we eating there again?
Yeah.
I never wanted it. I did it for you. Because now we're just being who we are.
Yes.
We're not pleasing anymore.
Yeah, and I thought his thought about really getting to know somebody,
Yes.
and no matter who, like even parents and friends and siblings, to really think like, okay, this is who I know you as, but who are you now?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was brilliant.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
You know, it's so funny. A friend of mine who I haven't spoken to in like a few months called me just to talk. And I said, well, tell me what happened. And she said, well, my mom passed in September. And it was like a knife in my heart. You know, when you realize that you weren't present for somebody's worst moment. And she said, I'm just going to say one thing to you. She said, my mom told the same story 1,000 times and we all rolled our eyes. And she said, just do this for me. Listen to your mom tell the story again. Whatever her story is, listen and let her tell it to you again and again and again. She just talked about how fleeting it all is. And it just struck me in that moment because as we go through our busy lives doing what we do, someone lost somebody and all she wants to do is listen to the same story just one more time.
Yeah, you know, Henry lost his dad during the pandemic, and we watched this Harry Smith piece about a man, and Henry's dad had polio and was in a wheelchair Henry's whole life. And we watched this piece with Harry Smith together about this man living in a wheelchair who was paralyzed later in life. And Harry said, well, how do you dream? What are you doing in your dreams? And Henry burst into tears and said, why didn't I ever ask my dad what he dreamed about? Because his dad could walk, just wondering, and I think it was such a, I said to him and to everybody, listen to that story, but also ask your parents or your grandparents or whoever it is what they dream about.
Yes.
Ask them about what they were like when they were young.
Yeah.
Have those conversations because you're right. It's like time is fleeting.
Right. Okay. One of the other life lessons, and we learned a ton of them, was when my dear friend Maria and your dear friend Oprah were together. And I had so admired their friendship. But the thing that struck me was Oprah said that she only has 3 friends. And I think she has lots of acquaintances, lots of people who know her, lots of people who talk to her. She has Maria, she has Gail, and she has Bob, who was her trainer for many, many years, but is obviously her dear friend. Her circle is small and it's tight. And I'm not sure if that's a trust thing, like I know these people will always have my back, or if that's all she needs. So what's your friend philosophy?
Yeah, well, what about Stedman? Stedman's a lover.
You love her, yeah.
It's interesting because that surprises me because there's so many people that feel like Oprah is their friend, but I think it's like she's their friend, but she's these 3 solid, like North Stars almost.
Yeah.
And I think, I have that too, but I do have a lot of friends.
You do.
From a lot of different stages in life, and some of whom I'm, closer with than others.
Yeah.
But I mean, I had parents and grandparents who really treasured friendships. I mean, both of my grandparents saw their best friend on the last day of their life. My grandmother had her best friend over to drink a Manhattan, her favorite cocktail. And my grandfather's best friend, Jim Baker, snuck into the hospital with something to make a dirty martini. And I think I witnessed, like, it was so ingrained in my family, in the culture of our family, that friendship, I mean, they would say it in letters that I read from my grandmother. She asked about my friends. They included our friends in things.
Right.
So it's part of my DNA. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think I have space for probably more than 3.
Yeah.
What about you?
I have a handful, but I do think when someone new steps into my life, like you, I love the feeling. Like, I feel like I'm a better person because of that. Because I think you can keep your tight circle. We all have our 2 a.m. phone call.
Yeah.
Like, who's your 2 a.m.?
Yeah, probably Farrell, my longest.
Yeah, and mine's probably Karen.
Yeah.
So we know who our 2 a.m. phone
and
call
Barbara
is.
And probably,
and Barbara and Howla.
Yeah.
And but you're right. But we've got that core group. But I feel like I'm always enhanced when somebody new steps in and says,
too.
"Oh my gosh, I've got this." The other thing they talked about, Oprah and Maria both talked about, which is I think we both could use, is how important it is to just stop for a second and stop sprinting through your life. This is what Oprah had to say.
Men don't give themselves the right to rest.
Yes.
I remember, I was working with this meditation therapist when I was doing tour last year, just before COVID hit hard. And we would do this big meditation in the arenas. And whenever he would say to the audience, "You deserve rest," you could see tears flowing out of women's eyes. Men don't cry when they're told you deserve rest, but women start to weep because the very notion that you can give yourself permission to rest is a foreign concept to so many women.
Oh my gosh.
You feel guilty when you
Yeah,
rest
it's
sometimes.
so true.
You don't. When do you rest?
I mean, I try to get into bed as early as I can. Like, sleep to me is,
Rest.
I like to go to bed early.
Yeah.
But I try to find time to rest. I had a mom who did not feel guilty about taking rest.
Really?
Like, my
So what
mom
did you-
loved to be in bed.
Oh, she did.
Like, and meaning she would take, if she could, she would take an afternoon nap. No, she
Yeah.
just didn't feel, my mom didn't feel a lot of guilt
No
about
guilt.
this, about those types of things. I'm sure she did, maybe. She just didn't share it
Never.
with us. But that, like, being in bed, we would be in bed on Saturday mornings and they'd read the paper and we would have our books. Like, that wasn't something she felt bad about. She modeled taking time. I mean, that's why she asked why we were workaholics.
Well, I do think that the sprinting through and like I was looking at my my week this week, and I was trying to block out some time that didn't involve anybody.
Yes.
And it was almost impossible to find like 1 hour, 1/2 hour.
Just to, like,
that you just
read or do whatever you wanted.
And I started blocking it out just so I could try to do something, take a walk in the park, do something that didn't involve, and I love my kids and I love Joel and all the other stuff, but something that just gave you like a half a second just to be.
To have some space. Because I feel like if you do allow for that space, you are better.
Yeah.
You're better at all the
Yes.
other things.
Yes.
But she's so right.
I know. And the fact that women wept when someone said, "You deserve that. You've earned that. That's yours."
And I think that might be a newer thing too.
Yeah.
Because I think with, and we see all these studies of women just all, in the last 2 years, exhausted, teaching their kids and taking care of their families and also
grinding it.
working from home.
Yes.
It's like, it feels like it's come to a head almost.
Do you know that I know we've both had really long days, so we're all going to make space for ourselves right after this. But I just want to tell you my last guest on season 1.
I'm so happy to be here.
We are going to have season 2. We're so excited. We're launching season 2. We have a whole array of awesome guests who have just beautiful life lessons, just like you did, Jenna.
Well, I'm so happy to be part of this because I know how happy it's made you.
Oh, it's made my
It's
day.
so fun to watch a friend light up at something that maybe wasn't even a possibility a couple years ago. So I'm so happy to be part of this awesome podcast. And usually on the show, I like to stroke your graphic of your face, but we'll just end there.
Okay, let's end there. Goodbye, Jenna.
Bye.
Lily, it's so great to see you. Thanks for doing this.
See you too. Thank you.
I brought out the flowers for you.
It's so beautiful in here. I want to come back and actually have a meal or a drink in here.
We have so much to talk about. Let's start with Windfall. We were just discussing what a cool setup it is, how well written and acted it is. It feels like a really good play, but with more action and exciting. Just for people who are going to watch this, and we won't give away too much, though there's so much I would love to ask you closer to the end. I'm like trying to find the line where I should stop asking questions about it, but just set up the story a little bit for people who may want to go see it.
So this film is, like you said, very much like a play and intimate in that there's 3 and at one point 4 characters. It's essentially the reality of what happens when someone robs someone's house that's never robbed a house before and ends up finding themselves surrounded by the people whose house they're robbing. So there's a robber and a CEO and his wife, and it's one of their vacation homes, and they're now stuck together for 36 hours.
And I've had to hold his hand. How does this open? Is there a trick to the purse?
No.
There's a clasp. And help him rob us.
I want $150,000. You think that's enough?
Yeah, I think you're probably gonna want more than that. There's dark comedy, there's kind of a Hitchcockian dark thriller element to it, but it's a really interesting psychological study on relationships and the inner workings of what happens when you're put into an unexpected situation. For me specifically, as wife, she is at the same time of having a downward trajectory and kind of a spiral, she is gaining a voice and building confidence.
For people watching, wife is just the title of the character.
Yes.
That's not a
There's no
offhand
names.
reference. There's no
No,
names.
there's no names. There's
Yeah.
CEO, wife, and nobody.
Yeah.
And that was done on purpose because as humans, we associate emotions and connections or memories with names. And when you all of a sudden have empathy for someone based on a name because maybe you have a memory with someone with that name or you didn't like someone with that name, it's already unfairly pitting one character against another. And then progressively through the movie, each of them becomes very much what their character represents to each other. Nobody is just a nobody to CEO and wife. CEO is just that rich CEO billionaire to nobody, and wife is very much undermined, undervalued, and quite silenced at the beginning and just seen as the wife. But then as you learn, she starts to gain a voice. So it was interesting to play someone without a name.
So obviously, this is directed by your husband. So he's working on this project.
Mhm.
You know that he's working on this project. He's developing it with his friends and writing it.
Yeah.
Were you sort of poking your head in the door and saying, hey, I might be good in this? How did that work?
It was interesting, actually. I think it started out as kind of, I think, a mental health check-in with his friends. Andrew Kevin Walker, Justin Later, his writing partner, and Jason Segel, they were just on Zoom saying, hey guys, like, what's up? You know, how are we gonna be creative? Let's do something in a single location, which is something that Charlie's done before, and write something that can take place and have the feeling and essence of that claustrophobic feeling of being stuck in one's own environment, but not ever reference COVID. So it's not a COVID movie, but it was done within the constraints of what COVID would allow. Then he talked to me about the characters, and there's only one female. So I would just kind of pipe in and say, well, yeah, what about this idea, or how about this? And I started to become very attached to her, but not in the way that I ever thought I would play her. I wasn't even discussed at the beginning. We talked about other actors and actresses for roles. And then it just, you know, Jason was always gonna be in it, and then Jesse. And then wife was coming to fruition, and they had a conversation with me, but it was never a given.
So as you looked at the character, you talked about offering suggestions and how she could grow and develop and find her power, and she really does, because I think when you walk in as a couple, you go, okay, here's the big CEO guy and his wife. How did you want to help her sort of move up and find herself? Because, boy, she does change in the span of 90 minutes extraordinarily.
You know, thank you. Yeah, well, her trajectory was always one that really intrigued me because it plays very much against type for me in terms of characters I've played. And for me, creating a backstory where I could feel a type of attachment to her and a potential for what's to come, but also keep myself guessing in a lot of ways. There's a scene with her and nobody at the fire pit where she's explaining her life before CEO, and there's a lot of questioning that's going on in her mind, and you wonder, though, as an audience, is she doing this because she wants to relate to nobody, or is she doing it because her husband said get close to him? And so there's a lot of ambiguity in those moments that as an actor is so fun. You get to play around a lot, and hopefully while the audience is questioning, you're also kind of figuring it out in the moment, because so much of this movie happened in the moment.
So what was just the experience like? You're on one location, your husband's directing you, you're with a couple of actors that I assume you got very close to if you weren't already on such a tight set. What was the experience like shooting it during the pandemic in one place with that close-knit group of people?
It was really special because it very much felt, it was like all hands on deck. Not only were we acting in it, we were also producing, we were also moving furniture from our house to be on the set, artwork, some of my like bath and beauty products. Charlie
Really?
I'd come home and Charlie's like taking them out and he's like, we need them for the set. And I'm like, wait, what? And so it was a major team effort, but to do it in the pandemic, we all just wanted a creative outlet. We obviously wanted it to be as safe as possible, but this one location allowed for that because you're all basically quarantining together. We shot it up in Ojai, California, which has so much beautiful air to breathe and nature to surround yourself with that it felt as constraining as the time felt and the location felt more and more through the movie that you got. It was a very freeing environment to be creative during this time. And Charlie has known Jason since film school, and Jesse, Jason, and Charlie had worked on a movie previously, so I was kind of the newbie to the group. But working also with Charlie, who is such an actor's director, he's incredibly communicative and collaborative and just grounding as a director, which is what you also want in a life partner. And so there were moments when I completely forgot that he was my husband-to-be and he was just my director, which is awesome. And so to be surrounded by Jesse, Jason, and Charlie, three men that really championed this female voice, was really empowering.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, what it's like to work with your then fiance, now husband, in a way. I mean, is he giving you notes the way he would every other actor, or is it a little more intense pull aside because you're so familiar with each other? Like, what is that dynamic like compared to other directors you've worked with?
Interesting. Well, I think, for this experience, something that was super different for me was I was always quite used to making the best of what I was given. Whereas in this situation, because they all conceptualized it together, it was, okay, here's what's written, and I thought it was brilliant, but also, what do you want to change about it? What do you want to bring to the table? How can you make it better? And that freedom, that creative freedom at first was quite jarring because I hadn't experienced that yet. But to then have your life partner as well as your director really champion and encourage you to bring whatever it is to the table that you want and play around with it, even if we don't end up using it in the edit, just the ability to feel free was so wonderful.
It has to be very gratifying to see the success of the movie already. It's just been out for a few days, but when I popped up on Netflix to watch it, there it was, right on the list of the top movies. And to have done that with your husband, I imagine, is incredibly gratifying.
It is. It's like kind of that little engine that could in a lot of ways. There's a sense of ownership of it because we all made it and then hoped that it would get picked up or get sold or, and Netflix believed in it so much, and we're so grateful to them because obviously that goes out to countries all over the world, to so many households, and I think it sparks a lot of conversations because this movie deals with so many different themes, and it is, like I said, a very introspective, psychological exposure of human nature and instincts, and that's gonna spark up a lot of conversations, so we're really proud of it.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Season 2 of Emily in Paris was another massive hit, and you've already got season 3 and 4 coming.
Yes, it was so wild. I think after season 1, we were all hoping we'd get the opportunity to go back, and then we got to go back. And when Darren called to say it got picked up for 2, we know where we want to go. Like, there's so much more to say, but you just never know in this day and age if people are going to resonate with certain shows. And for us, making the show was so special, but having it come out when it did was completely unexpected. And for me, part of what I love about what I do is that art is healing, and it can be therapeutic. Whether that's something like, I did a movie called To the Bone that deals with eating disorders, and I was very much open about my experiences with that and how film can amplify stories that need to be told that are sometimes considered shameful, and how that can be healing and therapeutic to audiences. And then on the flip side, something like Emily in Paris that provided laughter and smiles and reminded people of what fun and travel felt like during the pandemic, that's also healing in a sense. And to be able to be a part of something that worldwide, regardless of the language you speak, does that it's so special. And it provides all of us, the cast and crew, that as well. I mean, we're so close. We're very much a family. And to know that now the next couple of years of our lives are going to be able to be together sharing that story is really special.
It's interesting because as this show was exploding, you had no way of really knowing that because no one was out in the world. There's no way for you to feel that.
Yeah.
So when was the first moment or day when someone told you or you sort of recognized, oh, something's happening here?
So you're right. We experienced the first one over Zoom, which felt very strange. And then we went back for season 2, and there were no international travelers in Paris at that time because it was total lockdown. Only pharmacies and supermarkets were open. And we were in our little quarantine bubble, and Ashley and I felt like kind of the only Americans in Paris at the time. And we went out, and we were going to have coffee, and we took our masks to drink coffee. And about 10 to 15 people in the span of the next 3 minutes came over in France. So they were French citizens coming over, all ages, going, oh my God, Emily and Mindy, Lily and Ashley, you're in Paris. Why are you in Paris? What, and it felt like all of a sudden the city completely embraced the show and were so, wanted to explode and tell us everything about the show and what they felt about it and what they loved about it. And it felt so lovely to be back in Paris. And then while we were there, it all of a sudden hit home as to, oh, it translated, it meant something. It has brought lightness here as well. And we hadn't been in public with the show. So being able to see us shooting in those streets as well and the access that the show has provided based on its success is also so wonderful. Being able to go to Versailles and these crazy locations that as a traveler you want to go and experience, and then to be able to have a set inside those is so wonderful.
What is it about Emily, the character, that you loved when you first read it and maybe you love even more now? What did you see in her?
I loved her positive, can-do, solution-driven attitude, which I didn't know I'd love as much as I did during the pandemic as well, when all of a sudden you need to be as able to pivot and solution-driven and positive.
Even when you're very hungry.
I just also love that she's so unapologetically herself. She's work-driven and proud of it, but not for the sake, like we were saying earlier, of being money hungry. By no means. She just loves what she does and isn't afraid to express that, and she's good at her job. And when she fails, she acknowledges it, and she asks for help, and she's bright, bold, bubbly, and a little bit obvious, and that's okay. She just is who she is, and like I said, unapologetically so, and I think that's really refreshing.
You've given a lot of young kids and young girls, I have a 14-year-old daughter, I told you, a sense of adventure, I think, and what's possible. And do you see that side of it as Emily being sort of a role model for kids, not just in travel, but in enjoying their work and working hard, but taking time to enjoy the pleasures of life as well?
I think so. She's someone that inspires me, for sure. She was thrown into a foreign situation, literally, going to a city she'd never been to, leaving a relationship she felt no longer serviced her, and going into a completely unknown workplace and trying to make her own and start her own journey. And that can be scary, but I think sometimes if you just put yourself out there willingly and knowing the consequences of, okay, this could go two ways. It could go great, it could not go great. But if I don't take a chance, I'll always regret it. And that's how I've lived my life for a while. It's, okay, if not now, when? And I just feel like showing vulnerability is a strength. I've always said that, you know, self-care is not selfish, it's self-love, and being able to be vulnerable is a total strength. And I think Emily really embraces that sentiment. Her and Mindy together, that friendship as well is so inspiring to me. Ashley is like one of my best friends, and playing Emily, I think, has forever changed me in a lot of ways. And to hear other young women say that that's the case as well that's a gift. And I'm so happy to get to still play her.
You've talked about the show growing season to season. You made some changes season 2 coming off season 1. How did you want the show to look and feel a little different season 2 and then maybe even going forward into 3 and 4?
You know, the beauty of being able to go to a second season is that from season 1, you can kind of analyze a lot of the thoughts and the comments that came out about the show or people's discussions surrounding the show, and you can make creative changes. You can't go into everyone's storylines right away. So for season 2, we wanted to have more for all of the characters, which we did, and being able to see more of their lives outside of just Emily's point of view. More diversity in front of the camera and behind, and we were so proud to have an incredible cast and crew and new characters join us, and also more French, which was fantastic. Being able to have the French language, which I actually ironically grew up studying. I need to keep practicing a little bit more. I know.
Don't
it's hard.
put you on the spot,
It's
is
really
that what you're
hard
saying?
when Emily doesn't know French and then I did growing up and I used to dream in it, but now all of a sudden I'm playing someone who doesn't and it gets confusing. But to be able to enhance the show with more France and more French language and more French culture, and that I think we did season 2, and I think we just want to keep doing that more and more for 3 and 4. And just keep telling stories that can be applied to many people all over the world's lives, regardless of if they're in that industry or not.
So is there anything you can say about season 3?
There's going to be more fun fashion. There's going to be more comedy. There's going to be more drama. I'm hoping more adventures for Mindy and Emily, as always. But I don't know yet, and I wish I could say, but hopefully soon I'll find out myself.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
I'm curious for you, when you talk about dreaming in French growing up, when the performance thing started for you, was it like, there are some actors who said, I knew when I was 4 years old, I used to get up and sing and my parents knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
And some people found it later in theater and college or whatever. When was that for you?
No, I was early.
Yeah.
I always was dressing up. I was always part of theater programs or the like village nativity play in England as the angel number 3 or something. I did stage plays when I was younger in musical theater. And I think I was 2 years old when I did a show in England, which I remember very little of. But I do remember very specific moments of being on set as a very young kid and feeling just kind of comfortable. I always loved when my dad and mom would read me books before bed. My dad would do different accents and characters. And that world that I went into in my head and that escapism I thought, okay, I want to help people get there. And that's what I will do if I act. I'm gonna be able to tell stories that help people either, escape for a little while out of their daily lives or take them somewhere they've always wanted to go or never thought that they'd go, or now meet characters that they have empathy for. All of these kind of adventures. And that's what acting is. And I just always knew. It's weird. I've always wanted to be a storyteller.
There was a moment too, right, where you wanted to get into broadcast journalism for a bit?
I did. I studied broadcast journalism in school. I reported on Obama's inauguration
Right,
for Nickelodeon, and I was working for all these different channels for red carpets and kind of the behind the scenes of things. And yeah, I loved meeting people and talking to people and picking their brain. And it's really just being a curious person, which I am in life, I am as an actor, and I definitely was as a journalist. So I always think, like, how can I make that happen again?
And keep that in your back pocket.
Yes.
Maybe we'll call you when you're ready.
Yes.
For today's show, let us know when you want to come, when you need a gig.
Have me.
Did you pick up on your father being the performer that he was, that life at all of what it could become, and just in terms of being a performer, but also, when you're a kid, you can't imagine being at a sold-out Wembley Stadium,
Oh my
but that your
God.
life could be that kind of life?
I think I remember being a kid at Disneyland with my dad and having someone come up and ask him for a photo. And I think I was just so confused because I was like, well, Disneyland has nothing to do with him, but it was that kind of recognition no matter where he went that he had touched the life of somebody in a very profound way. And if you're an entertainer, regardless of whatever industry that might be in, you are putting your heart in your sleeve. You're being vulnerable. You're telling parts of your soul to the world through lyrics or through a part. And to be able to have the kind of confidence and strength to do that and also maintain a sense of privacy, that's a fine line. And that's not always easy, but it is something that comes with it. And it's not by any means something that I would ever want to prohibit me from continuing to do what I love, because I love what I do, and I feel like I grow so much as a human through what I do that it takes the work sometimes to make it balance out.
So do you have conversations, because your life clearly in the last, let's call it year and a half has changed, where if you walk into one of the 90 countries where Emily in Paris was #1 on Netflix, people are gonna know you. Do you talk to your dad about that, the fame side of it and how to handle it?
I mean, he says obviously that, he's proud, but we don't really talk about that side of things. I share my work, but I think I witnessed and learned and grew from what I saw as a kid and continue to still see. And we kind of keep it separate. Like you said, specifically with Emily, we experienced it during COVID. So it's a very weird thing to now be coming out of that bubble and talking to people about the show. And at the same time that Emily came out, I was fortunate enough to work with David Fincher in a film, which is a very different audience. And so that also came out during COVID. So it was like, you're British with an accent. Oh, but you're also Emily. And it's like, well, but I'm an actor.
Right.
I like to switch it up and play around.
Another great movie, by the way, Mank.
Thank you.
You've been on a run here.
It's been fun. It's been a wild ride.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Got to ask you about your first movie, The Blind Side.
Yeah.
What was that like to, in your first film, act alongside Sandra Bullock, who won the Academy Award for that performance?
God.
What an introduction to the
What
business.
an intro. People kept saying, this is not normal. Your first film does not normally do this. And I was like, okay. I had just turned 20. It was a couple days after my 20th birthday when I found out that I'd booked the job. And I went to Atlanta, and Tim McGraw's playing my dad, and Sandra Bullock is playing my mom, who was the perfect person to introduce me to what this would all be like. She's the most eloquent, knowledgeable, kind, like down-to-earth woman who treats everyone the same, asks such intelligent questions on set, and takes power and ownership of herself and her character, but also just nurtures those around her. Like, it was my first experience, and she made it something that I wanted to continue doing. Because it can be very scary, and if you go on your first set and it doesn't go well, it might deter you from wanting to do that for the rest of your life. And working alongside Sandra, and then subsequently, after that, working with women like Jennifer Connelly, Julianne Moore, Annette Bening, Julia Roberts. I've been so fortunate to be surrounded by these incredible, powerful women who not only are they insanely talented actors, but they have families and they also have private lives. And it was this amazing lesson to me early on that if you work hard and you are able to balance, you can have both.
So what's still out there for you, Lily? I mean, you're still so young. You've had this crazy hit show that goes for 2 more seasons, and you're doing these really smart, interesting movies. When you look out at the future, if you're able to, what else is out there for you?
I'm excited to have a family one day of my own, or our own, to continue producing. I want to keep telling stories behind the camera as well as in front, but to give other people opportunities, whether it's other filmmakers, other actors, to tell stories that are maybe small, but we can bring them to a wider audience, much like we've had the opportunity to do, but also to continue surprising myself with the roles that I play, but just continuing to surprise myself in the everyday. We never knew that the last 2 years would be what it was, and I've found comfort in kind of a therapeutic way of living through nature and lots of different travels that my husband and I have been on, and adventures around the world, and trying to just stay as in the moment as possible. I think I acknowledged in the past 2 years that I actually have a lot of anxiety. And so what does it take to calm oneself and be real and stay in tune with ourselves? And that's really important.
It's interesting to hear you talk about anxiety and mental health. You wrote Unfiltered, and you just like put it out there, you know, and that, I don't know if that was a hard thing for you to do or it felt great after the fact, but again, another good example for young girls who are watching you and Emily in Paris and look up to you, that it's okay to talk about this stuff, and in 100%. Fact, it's important to talk about it.
It is, and thank you. Yeah, I loved writing. You know, I studied journalism, and writing that book, ironically, I wrote a chapter about my experiences with mental health and eating disorders a week after I got the script for To the Bone, which was, to me, a life, someone telling me something like, this is important for you to talk about, because it was extremely therapeutic, but at the same time, then when it comes out, of course, there's like, okay, there's the nerves and the anxiety of I'm putting this out there, but I'm also someone that weirdly wants to be held accountable for certain things, because I think it helps me grow and kind of pay attention to things I don't necessarily know I need to myself. And I'd love to write again and continue through, whether it's the work that I do with the Go campaign or work that I do just in general with young girls or young people in general, talking about using your voice and vocalizing insecurities and issues and problems. We all feel very similar problems and things. So talking about them is a strength, and it's really important mental health, to talk about mental health is really, really important.
It's really important. I just say thank you as a father of a daughter to put that out there and make it okay, because it's so important. Congratulations on Windfall. This was so fun talking with you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Well, hello there, friends. Great to bring you a middle-of-the-week episode of Pop Star Plus. Hope you're well. On tap today, we are diving into The Bubble. It's a new movie out with a star-studded cast. We'll tell you what we know about that. And the third hour recently caught up with the talented Jon Batiste. So we'll tell you all about Jon and everything that he's been doing lately. And later, a clip of young Emma Watson. We'll do that from our vault. But first, let's get to today's Pop Star headlines. First up, Nightly News Kids Edition. This week marks the second anniversary of the news program created just for kids a few weeks after the pandemic started. And to celebrate the show's milestone this morning, we are joined by two very special guests. Of course, Nightly News anchor Lester Holt and former Pop Star graphics department turned Nightly Kids correspondent Jackson Daly. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Jack, let me start with you. Was it too much for you to make your bed this morning? Did Mom and I ask too much of you, or was it just early?
Too early.
Okay.
Too early.
Let's go with no comment. So, Lester, it's such a great show. The kid. Where did this idea come from?
You know, we were a month into the pandemic. We were all freaked out. We were all scared. And a bunch of us just started talking about, imagine how kids are trying to process this. So we just created this program on the fly, mainly to answer kids' questions about the virus. And, you know, we started off with the idea that the more you know, the less scary it becomes. And we just took it from there.
Well, Jack, you get to interview. I mean, you interview big celebrities. I mean, this is not for sissies. You interviewed Hugh Jackman and Sutton Foster.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us what that felt like.
Well, they were extremely nice. I mean, they were just really down-to-earth people.
What did you think? Hugh Jackman was mean?
No.
Don't interrupt the guy.
Stay out of it.
Sorry.
Stop being a dad.
Sorry.
They were extremely nice, and they told me about the show, and because there's so many kids in the show, there's like 20 plus kids, they were telling me about how, like, those kids deal with nerves and about how they're almost like the mom and dad of the whole group.
How did you know what to ask? Like, how did you even begin?
Well, the beginning part's always the scariest, but like, I honestly don't really know. I kind of just go with the flow and see whatever comes up.
It's been so fun having someone of Jackson's age on the program, doing a lot of these interviews. And sometimes I watch them and think, wow, they really connected. That was my booking, by the way.
I know. Watch out, Lester. He's coming for you. You tackle some serious topics, too. I mean, it's the news, so you
We do. I mean,
climate change.
Start with COVID, but then, you know, George Floyd, the Black Lives Matter, January 6th. We knew we had to deal with those sorts of things. We did our best to be as sensitive. We always had the reminder that, hey, this is a segment you may want to watch with an adult or a parent and really be able to talk about it. But yeah, we knew we had to move on as the news moves on. And we also have a lot of fun. You saw us jump roping, and Dr. John Torres is a regular, often bringing his props and things. And those are your penguin buddies.
Kate the chemist is always great. I love when she's on.
Yeah. So we have a lot of fun on the show.
Jackson, it's and Lester, it's become appointment viewing in our house. Like, I make my son watch the show because, to your point, it really is the perfect way to make the news approachable for, you know, young people. How much did you learn from Dad, Jackson? How much of your interview style did you pick up from Pops?
Yeah.
I learned a lot. I learned that you have to always be prepared and just act like you're just having a conversation. Like, I know they use the term like big celebrities, but like they're just regular people that you just want to have more of like a conversation with, and don't overthink it.
Carson, I know you're so proud of Jack.
Yeah.
And Jack really, I mean, you're your own guy. Like, he gets notes from the producers. Like, you're not in here managing this. This is Jack's
He
deal.
works with the Nightly News production team. They have their own correspondents. I mean, it really started, he would never say this, but after the president was inaugurated, Jackson had a school project of writing the president, and he wrote, and President Biden wrote him back. And I was floored, Siri and I, and we realized, Jack, when we read what he wrote, which we had no idea what he wrote about asking about big topics for his generation, climate change, social injustice, talking about gun reforms, all these sorts of things. We're like, oh my gosh. And the president wrote him back, and then when the opportunity to work with the Nightly News Kids Edition, we're like, that sort of works, you know? And now he talks to penguin handlers and athletes and whoever it might be, and he has a great time doing it. And he just sort of naturally talks to It's pretty crazy.
Wow. It's a great show. It really is.
And they do such a great job producing that show.
Thank
It's
you.
so
We
fun
have-
to
we have a
watch.
lot of fun with
You're going to keep it going, Lester.
We are. We started with no expectations, and as I said, the show grew. We have a lot of regulars, including people, Jackson's age on it, and I get to be the less scary nightly news guy. I get to raise my voice a little bit, wear jeans, and a sweatshirt. And then tonight at 6:30. Good evening.
But you get to see Lester's bass collection. Well, now you're back on the set.
Yeah, I used to be in
during
a spare
COVID. It was
bedroom,
cool.
yeah.
We'd be at your house.
Jack, do you think that this might be a career for you?
Oh, boy.
No pressure.
The making bed part, not the night.
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see where it takes me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Coolest.
Well, maybe if you work really hard like Mr. Holt has, one day you'll be honored by the National Broadcasters, the NAB, the National Association of Broadcasters, because Mr. Holt's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, which we want to say so obviously richly deserved. But how does that feel?
So it feels great. I've always loved broadcasting. I always wanted to do it. When I was your age, I used to sit in my bedroom with a tape recorder and a newspaper and a record player and play DJ and practice the news and to be now honored at that level all these years later it's pretty amazing.
Cool, real cool.
First up, Stranger Things. After a nearly 3-year hiatus, the Hawkins gang is back in a new look at the upcoming season. The trailer teasing Stranger Things will pick up right where the season 3 left off, with the teens battling typical high school problems and supernatural forces. And of course, the Netflix series is going all out 80s in this next chapter.
A war is coming. I'm afraid your friends at Hawkins are very much in the eye of the storm.
I don't have my powers.
I don't know how to say this other than just to say it. Without you, we can't win this war.
Stranger Things Season 4 will stream in 2 parts, with the first volume kicking off May 27th and the second coming in July. And here are some more headlines for you. Girls 5 Eva. Speaking of highly anticipated returns, the Girl Gang is back in a new look at Season 2. Busy Phillips, Renee Elise Goldsberry, Sarah Bareilles, and Paula Pell have returned. We got a brand new season of the hit Peacock series. This time around, the girls have so much momentum, they're going to put together a brand new album and ride their second wave of fame. Here's a peek at the trailer.
Hey, what's up, Instagram Live? It's Girls 5 Eva, and we're here with a surprise first look at us in the studio.
The eyeball icon thing is saying 0. It's just us in here. It's just us in here.
Oh.
What you got there, Vic?
My riff Rolodex. All the greats are in here.
The second season of Girls 5 Eva starts streaming on May 5th. Next up on Popstar Plus, the password is reboot. It's been more than 60 years since the beloved celebrity game show premiered, and now it's set to return for a new era right here on NBC. Actress Keke Palmer has been tapped to be the host of the revival, where Jimmy Fallon and other celebrities will be partnered with contestants to play the iconic word game. Fallon, who also serves as executive producer on the project, will participate in each of the 8 episodes. And the first episode is set to pay a special tribute to Password celebrity icon Betty White. Of course, the late comedian has gone down in history as Password's greatest player. And of course, that's where she met her husband, Alan Ludden, the show's original host and creator. Can't wait to check that one out. And those are your headlines for today. Next up, Karen Gillan, star of The Bubble, breaks down the improv in the film.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. Season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. The Bubble explores what happens when a group of actors gets stuck in a pandemic bubble while filming a movie. The comedy features a star-studded cast. Gillan plays a washed-up actress named Carol Cobb, and she spoke to us about what it was like to make the film.
What is The Bubble? The Bubble is a movie about the making of a movie, so it's extremely meta, but it's about a group of actors who are trying to make a big, huge blockbuster movie during the pandemic. It's very silly, ridiculous, and kind of provides just the laugh that we all need right now, I think.
That sounds like a baby crying for its mama.
That ain't no baby!
How would I describe Carol Cobb? I would say that Carol is your quintessential Hollywood actress who has kind of had a little bit of an issue within her career because she made a movie that was extremely offensive to a lot of people. And so she's coming out of the backlash of that. And so she is coming back into the Cliff Beasts franchise, having skipped a movie, so everybody's kind of mad at her, but she's kind of the more sane one out of the whole group of people. And then gradually throughout the movie, we just get to watch her lose that sanity and just join everybody else in their madness.
Your generation sucks. At least I'm not a baby boomer. I'm not a baby boomer. I am Generation Y. Thank you very much.
So much of the movie felt too real. Like the whole experience was so wildly meta because I was making a movie about making a movie during the pandemic, but we were making the real movie during the height of the pandemic in London, where you weren't even allowed to go for a walk with more than one person and nothing was open. And so we were, quarantining exactly like the characters do in the movie. It was just such an interesting experience because you're kind of alone for 2 weeks and then you're like thrown out and you're around all of these people. And it's like, okay, how do you interact with other humans again? Like I've completely forgotten how to do that. And then that's exactly what happened in The Bubble. It was like quarantine, go to cast dinner, shoot the film. I was like, this is a film of my life. It's so confusing. My favorite scene to film would have to be, there's so many. This whole movie was so fun to film because there was so much improv involved and I've never really done that before, but I just felt like as soon as I got over the fear of it, I was like, this is my new favorite thing that I've ever done in my life. Like it's so exhilarating to completely surrender any feeling of control and you just have to kind of like cast your fate to the wind. So for that reason, I'm going to choose maybe a scene where we had to party, everybody kind of goes crazy at a party and then we hatch this plan to kind of escape, or rather my character does.
And we may fight it, and oh how we fight it, but we are a family, a Cliff Beast family, and that is just such a beautiful thing. And listen to me, this is not even me acting.
No, we know that felt real.
And we have to come together.
And I liked filming that scene because that was the more challenging piece of improv that I've ever had to do, because basically Judd Apatow was just like, okay, go on a rant about escaping and being the hero and taking everybody to safety and go. And I was like, this is really scary, but also the most fun I've ever had. It's just like I switched off the thing in my brain that judges anything I say before I say it. And I've walked away with that skill now. What was it like working with everyone? It was the most fun ever. Like it was such a great ensemble. Like I just have so much respect for all of the actors that are in this movie and had so much respect before I even met them. So it was actually quite intimidating because I was like, I have to be funny and improvise in front of all of you. God damn it. I just felt so supported. I felt so supported by the cast and then also by the director, Judd. Like he is he's so amazing at directing. He's kind of like a master of ceremonies, like behind the monitor, and he knows exactly what to do for each individual actor to get the best out of them. And it was just so fascinating to watch him kind of adapt his technique to each performer. So that was really, really nice actually, to just feel so supported and yeah, I think when you make him laugh, it's like a little bit of an achievement, and so that feels good. I think that we've just lived through such a crazy, extreme period that was so unexpected and so challenging in so many ways. And I just think it's one of the more bizarre things that any of us will ever experience in our lives. And so it sort of feels natural that there should be some sort of comment on that. And maybe, it has been a really tragic time. But through tragic times, like, moments of levity and humor can really lift us out of that, can help us process things actually. So for that reason, I think the bubble is pretty important, because it marks a really kind of strange time, but yet provides a little relief from it all. And yeah, these are just still really weird times. So I think I welcome moments of laughter as much as I can.
You can find the bubble on Netflix, and a big thanks to Karen for hanging out with us. Next up, John Batiste recaps his multiple Grammy wins with our third hour gang.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. John Batiste is a truly incredible musician now with, count 'em, 5 Grammy Awards from last week's ceremony under his belt. He certainly has the hardware to show for it. Today, he caught up with our third hour.
We've been talking about this guest all morning. Multi-talented recording artist John Batiste took home an impressive 5 awards at the 2022 Grammys, including Album of the Year for his EP, We Are.
And We Are is currently #1, of course, on the R&B and soul charts on iTunes. And this morning, here to talk about those exciting Grammy wins, his #1 album, and oh so much more, is the man himself, John Batiste. Dance your way. Hey! All right.
Yes.
There we go. Bring it. Hey! Love that.
Yes! The only guest to do that.
Oh, man.
The only guest
So
to
nice
do
to have you.
Good to see you.
So good to have you.
Thanks for coming.
And you're the real deal, because you were dancing even there behind the wings there.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yes, indeed. We having a good time. Life is beautiful.
Yes, yeah. I mean, 5 wins at the Grammys, Album of the Year. What is it like to be you right now?
It's amazing to see not only the wins, but to have my family there with me.
Yeah.
My grandfather is almost 90 years old.
Wow. Wow.
He was sitting right there in the center in the king's chair. And he saw his grandson walk on the stage and win Album of the Year.
Oh, my goodness.
And my nephew was 7. We recorded this, he was 5 when we recorded this. He's the youngest Grammy winner ever.
Oh, that's right.
Because they all took part of that.
They were all part of it, right?
He was featured on the track We Are. And it's the first track of the album. It features my high school marching band, the St. Aug Marching 100, legendary high school alumni marching band I was part of. And it was basically the whole city that I grew up with. Everybody that I could think of that was important to me growing up in New Orleans, I put on this album and featured. And all of them have Grammys now.
Yeah.
That's the beauty. It's not just me.
Yeah.
The whole community.
We are.
Everybody.
Yeah.
We are. So, when I listen to this album, I see it's #1, and I see everybody's, renewed excitement for this record. I'm so moved because it was not just me.
Yeah.
It was so many of us.
And you're staying, and you stay busy. I was just thinking about this because those Grammys won't be lonely because they join your Oscar for the 2020 animated film Soul.
Yes.
Where do you keep all of these? Where are you keeping them all now?
I have a plan.
Okay.
See, I want to take everything that I win, everything that I'm acknowledged for, and use it to inspire people.
Okay.
I want to figure out something, whether it's an archive, whether it's some sort of museum placement, even just somewhere back home or somewhere that young people can see it. Because I don't want to just have awards that collect dust in my house and remind me of what I did in the past.
Amen.
I want to keep moving.
Yes.
I'm creating. I'm ready to make the next thing. I have a symphony that's premiering in May in Carnegie Hall.
Yeah. Oh, my
Y'all
goodness.
want to come out?
Yes.
Where's
Yes.
May 7th.
Done.
It's May 7th in Carnegie Hall. It's incredible for me because it's the first time I'm premiering something this large. It's a 4-movement, over 200 musicians, the modern definition for me of what a symphony orchestra would be. If it was made in the 21st century in America, it would have, marching band musicians next to classical musicians, next to indigenous folk musicians, or Native American musicians, next to jazz musicians. Next to electronic musicians.
That's going to be a massive
cannot
piece.
wait.
I know.
And we've been marking your professional milestones, but you recently created a new personal milestone, marrying Suleika, your longtime partner.
That's a nice ring.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
How has life changed
Amazing.
with that ring on your finger and her next to you?
It's the best thing that you can do if you find the right person. If you find the right person, it's beautiful. We met when we were in band camp as kids.
Really?
We've been knowing each other for like the 5 phases of growing up, from adolescence to adulthood. The dorky teen phase when I had braces and wore baggy clothes. I just feel like if you have the right person, it makes life much better, no matter what you're going through. You could be going through the hardest times. You could be going through something that seems insurmountable, and you could still feel a peace. And that's what I feel. So.
One of the things I've always admired about you, perhaps long before a lot of folks showed up to the party, you've never forgotten where you came from. And not only have you not forgotten, I feel like your art pays tribute to it. It's this unending homage. Why is that so important to you?
Oh, it's given me so much. I think about everybody who has created the space for me to now have the success that I'm having. You have lineages, generations of people, traditions that have been hard fought and established in a way that now someone like me, who's born into all of that, has this opportunity as an artist to combine things that have never been combined before, take styles of music, take forms of art, put them together in ways that haven't existed before, and do it in a way that brings people this transcendent feeling. It's always more transcendent if it's bigger than yourself, if it's more than just, I'm gonna lift myself up because I'm talented. That's over here, that's great. And everybody who is talented and has a gift, that's a beautiful thing to share. But when you think about it as something that's a continuum, it's amazing how transcendent that is. And that's the kind of joy and uplifting catharsis that I want in my art.
And it comes out through your body. Where do the moves come from? We got to go to break, but I just...
You know how it is.
In fact, hold on.
You get up and you want to move.
Okay, can you show us?
Okay.
Show us a little.
Okay.
Just like something about... You just kind of
I don't know if I can do this.
become the music. Become the music.
Come on, Gillan, let's do it.
That's it. Become the music.
There we go. I can't be worse than Craig. So.
All right.
Crazy talented young man. Thank you, John. Super fun to hang out with him. Still to come, Emma Watson during her Harry Potter days at age 12. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Emma Watson is most known for playing the studious Hermione Granger in the Harry Potter film series. Emma's celebrating her 32nd birthday later this week, so we thought it'd be fun to mark the passage of time here on the show. Let's go back to when Emma was just 12 years old.
Emma Watson, good morning. Good to see you, Emma.
Good to see you too.
So at age 12, you're 12 now?
Yeah, I'm going to be 13 soon though.
Yeah, but now you're kind of a veteran actress at this point. What was it like the second time around? How did it compare to your first experience?
It was really good because I kind of enjoyed the second one much more than I enjoyed the first one, and I enjoyed watching the second one much more than I did the first one.
Why?
Making wise, it's probably just because like I need the cast, I need the crew, I need the director, and let's face it, I knew what I was doing this time around, which was good.
Yeah.
And watching it, I just thought it was much, much better. I think it's a billion times better than the first one, like a billion quadrillion.
I've heard a billion quadrillion. I've heard you say that, you know, when people ask you about the movie, but why do you think it's so much better?
Just because it's like, it's funnier, it's scarier, the special effects are really good, there's lots more characters, and with the first one you kind of had to introduce everybody, and the second one you just go straight into all the action and stuff. Yeah, so.
And I know that as the movies progress, as we see, you know, all the J.K. Rowling books transformed into movies, they get a little more sophisticated because as you all get a little older, obviously the plot becomes more sophisticated, which begs the question, do you think these are too sort of edgy or too scary for little kids, Emma?
I mean, I went in with a 5-year-old and I was actually the one who was carrying the seat, but it just kind of depends on the child and whatever. It depends.
You're kind of the brains behind the operation, which is great. Don't you think for little girls everywhere to see Hermione coming up and scheming and figuring things out so well?
Yeah, girl power.
Yeah, right on. So what about some of the other special effects? It must be so fun for you, Emma, to do these movies, to kind of look at a green screen and have to act and then see what Chris Columbus does in terms of all these special effects. Are you amazed once you see it on the big screen?
Yeah. It's kind of like this massive surprise when you see the film. You think because I was like in it and I knew all the scenes which was happening and everything, but I completely don't. And when I see it, it's this massive surprise. The special effects aren't that bad. They give you marks and stuff, so you get used to it.
Now I know that you've said that you and Daniel and Rupert have become quite friendly.
Yeah.
Which is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you do this and also keep up with your studies? You obviously are tutored on the set.
Yeah. Just obviously I have tutoring on the set, 3 hours minimum, 5 hours maximum worth of schoolwork to do, and because it's one-to-one you kind of get a lot more done and stuff. As far as keeping up with friends it's just weekends I try and see as much as I can, and emails always really good.
I know you get a little break between this and the next movie.
Yep. I start around February or March, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, you deserve a little R&R. Emma Watson, thanks for coming in, Emma. Nice to see you.
How's that for some nostalgia? Well, that was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks so much for being here. As always, hang out with us again, same time, same place. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello to all of our friends watching Today All Day. It is our favorite day of the week here at the Today Show, Friday.
Say it again. Welcome to Today in 30. It's a look back at the biggest and brightest moments from our show on this Good Friday. And first, we're going to start with our top story of the day, the holiday travel rush. Millions are going to be on the move over the Easter and Passover weekend. Airlines are still struggling with staffing shortages and cutbacks. We've got complete coverage coming your way.
Also, speaking of Easter, I sat down with Bishop T.D. Jakes ahead of the Holy Holiday. We had a conversation that was centered on faith in challenging times. The Bishop, he didn't hold back. He's got a message of tough love that he wants everyone to hear.
Then our iconic ice rink got a glow up. It has turned into a roller rink. Craig, you and the rest of the Third Hour gang, you're so lucky. You know, I have this stupid broken toe. All I want to do is skate, but you had to skate for me.
It wasn't pretty.
It
went about as well as you thought it would.
And a few celebrity guests, too.
Yes.
Okay, let's skate our way into the weekend. All that and more is coming up on
Today in 30.
NBC's Blaine Alexander is at the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, with the very latest. Hi, Blaine. Good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. And you're right, it is already shaping up to be a very busy travel week. And in fact, here at the world's busiest airport, over the holiday week, they're expecting nearly 2 million passengers to come through just this airport alone. And travel is picking up in other places across the country, too. But it's also leaving some airlines scrambling to keep up.
This morning, millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense.
I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
Blaine, with this busy travel weekend ahead, you must have some tips for people to take into account to avoid some of these issues.
You know, Savannah, I think the biggest key is early is better, whether you're hitting the road or planning to fly. If you're hitting the road, AAA says that you should certainly leave early in the morning. But if you're booking flights still for now or throughout the rest of the summer, they say early flights are better. They're more likely to leave on time because once a delay happens, it's hard to catch back up after that. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Atlanta, thank you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, did you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For Christians, today is Good Friday, leading to the holiest day of the year, Easter Sunday. And ahead of the holiday, Craig, you sat down with America's one of most prominent faith leaders, Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Yeah, we traveled to Dallas to Bishop Jakes' sprawling church. It's called the Potter's House. Our conversation centered on faith in challenging times. And the bishop didn't hold back, delivering a tough love message urging strength and unity. Bishop T.D. Jakes isn't just a pastor, he's an institution. His Dallas church hosts services for about 8,000 people, with many thousands more watching online. He's also an entrepreneur, an author, and filmmaker. All of it guided by his faith. And for him, this Easter has special meaning. What does Easter mean to Bishop Jakes?
I think it means the survival of hard times. I mean, what I love about Christianity is that we're open. The very symbol of Christianity centers around the cross and the pain and the resurrection, and that there's hope beyond the darkest moments in our lives. And so for me, this is a reminder to endure suffering and wait on better days to come.
But we don't like to talk about the suffering aspect of our faith a lot. Why is that?
We want to be joyous and celebrate, and that's important that we do that. But in the midst of that, that same faith that gives us great joy sustains us through great sadness. And it's important that we give a panoramic view of life so that we don't have a Pollyanna congregation who is expecting heaven on earth, when in reality we all deal with suffering.
There's been no shortage of suffering, with the racial and political divisions on display at the same time as the deadly coronavirus pandemic. In the early days of the outbreak, I asked Bishop Jakes for guidance on air. I've never actually done this on the air. Can you lead us in prayer for 30 seconds?
Our Father and our God, we bow our heads to you in humility, understanding that we are not competent in and of ourselves to handle this kind of global calamity.
Some have found solace in their faith, and yet the most recent Gallup study found that for the first time ever, fewer than half of all Americans claim membership in an organized religion. And Bishop Jakes acknowledges that modern life, especially the influences of social media, presents new challenges when it comes to bridging the things that divide us. Why do you think we have such a hard time with forgiveness now?
To be honest, I think that we can get news in the flavor that you choose, and that becomes your reality. And then we have algorithms that are pumping stories to us through our phones that becomes our reality. And then when we go out there and we run into people that oppose those ideas, we're shocked, because we have not always had the opportunity to hear both sides of a story.
I have found the same to be true with faith to a certain extent. The way some people view what Christianity should be versus the way others might view. A lot of folks forget that Jesus was bathing the feet of lepers and hanging out with prostitutes, but that's not the Jesus that a lot of folks like to talk about. Why?
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, never confuse the master with the servant. I tell God, I said, I love you. I said, it's your kids I'm having trouble with. You know, I love what Jesus did for people, but it scares me what people did to Jesus.
both historically and in our contemporary society. We have institutionalized him and made it a fraternity for spiritual yuppies who have arrived rather than a hospital for those who are wounded.
What is your prayer for America on this Easter?
That we would become our brother's keeper. And I hope that it doesn't take a national calamity to remind us that there's more to unite us than there is to divide us. If we start helping old ladies across the street, nodding at people in the subway, and just being good people, not perfect people, but just decent, kind people, that'll go a long ways to make this country live up to its high aspirations.
Amen. Amen.
I could listen to more of that.
Oh boy. You know, he really helped me get through the pandemic. I've always enjoyed him and followed him and listened to him, but during the pandemic especially, I watched a lot of his sermons online. He makes faith approachable, but a lot of what Bishop Jakes talks about makes folks uncomfortable as well. The way that we view faith and the way that we view Jesus, Christians, doesn't always jive with, the good book.
Because you're so real, because it's not easy. You know, it's not easy. You have to work at it.
It's not a greeting card.
No,
it
should not
was
be.
great. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you. If spring cleaning is currently underway at your house, we've got some bright ideas to help you light up any room. Here to show us some of her favorite lighting picks of the year, Carrie Carullo. She's with Architectural Digest, also contributor for AD It Yourself, the magazine site for elevated yet affordable do-it-yourself projects. Carrie, good to have you.
Hi, Craig. Good morning.
Thank you for coming in. So let's just start with what you should be looking for if you're considering buying a lamp. What are some things to consider?
Yeah, so we're going to start with 3 questions to ask ourselves. First, it's how do we want to set the ambiance in our space? So do you want something that's more moody, more romantic, or just light and bright all the time? Second, what color scheme or decor style are you looking for? And how are we going to find the right pieces to help it flow together? And finally, we're thinking about form, but also function. So what features do you want? Something that's smart, like you can turn it on from your phone, or just the traditional pull cord.
All right, well, let's take a little stroll throughout today's show house here.
Yeah.
And let's start with this nightside lamp first. What do we have here?
Here, this is from Target. It's only $25, so you can grab 2. These are all very affordable. Here, we're really looking at geometry, so fun shapes and also just clean, minimal lines. And this is very neutral, so it's going to match with anything.
That is clean, $25, and that's a deal too.
Yeah, not bad.
I think over here, this is the mushroom lamp here?
Yes.
How does the USB work on this one?
So these are both USB controlled. You plug them in and they're portable, and then you can just kind of take them anywhere. Tap on top, so it has 3 different light settings, and this is kind of a nice vintage look. We're seeing that a lot on AD. Those styles are back in a big way. So another one here, this has a pop of color, so it'll bring in a nice pop and brightness to your space, but still neutral.
This would be ideal for reading.
Really great.
It's
nice and warm also.
Okay, all right. I think we're going to pass you off here.
Carrie, come on over here, all right?
Do you mean
sit down if you'd like. Yeah, we just ordered 2 bourbons, okay? We're going to get to know each other. So, any of the cool apartments I've ever been in New York City, they've always had amazing lighting, right? Yes. They just set the ambiance. So talk to me about these lamps on the floor, because these are pretty cool.
Yeah, these are very cool, and they also take up the vertical space in a room really nicely and give you more light than maybe a table lamp. So we have 3 options. This one is a brushed brass. It's a nice sort of simple design.
Lamp, right? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And this one offers a little bit of reach, so it's kind of going to sit over your head. Good for maybe a reading nook or something. And you can also switch out this shade, very easy. And then this one, again, we're reaching over the space. It kind of extends overhead, sort of gives you the look of maybe a pendant lamp or a chandelier, but don't need to call your electrician.
I noticed these are all very narrow and they're not too tall. What does that do for the room?
Yeah, it really just helps kind of sit in the corner. So they're compact. They're not going to take up a ton of space, but they do also add some visual interest.
And then turning them on and off, what's the best thing? What's the cool thing now?
These are all step on and off, but if you get a smart plug, that's when you can start, incorporating the tech.
Oh, that's so great. All right, Carrie, thank you so much for that. When the bourbons come, I'll bring it over to you.
Perfect. Okay.
We're waiting for dinner, too, over here, Carrie.
Hi.
So in dining rooms especially, the sconce seems to be the big thing.
Yeah. So sconces are great, first of all, for getting the cords up off the floor. It's safe for kids and pets if you have those running around. But here we're really thinking about lamps as artwork. So these are all going to add a lot of visual interest to the wall.
This looks like a stone?
Yeah, this is actually a marble, so really nice way to incorporate what is really a trending sort of texture into your space in a small but impactful sort of way.
And you got something geometric kind of here.
Yes, this is a tiered. It's going to give you that like structural look, and this is actually from IKEA. It's only $24, so super affordable, but looks great. You would never know.
And this has kind of like a faux leather sort of look to it?
Yeah. This is from Target. It really plays with some different textures. It's very warm with the leather, but also sort of industrial with the black.
What do you need to consider when you're looking at a sconce and fitting it to your room and other decor?
Yeah, so I think because these sit on the wall and maybe with your art or with mirrors, we're thinking about what we already have on the walls. And so we want to pair that with, what looks good and also maybe add something new to the room.
All right, that's great. That's a good idea.
Where's dinner? Come on.
Well, I thought I would have a light snack.
Sorry, man. Carrie, thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, to learn more about these products, you can head to today.com.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We are here on the iconic Rockefeller skating ice rink, but today we are rolling out a new look. In LA in 1979, Ian Flipper Ross opened Flipper's Boogie Palace, a roller rink known as Studio 54 on wheels. Well, fast forward to today, his daughter, fashion model Liberty Ross, is helping to turn the Rockefeller Center ice rink into a roller rink. And we are joined by music star Usher, a partner in Flippers, and performed a routine last night at the grand opening party, and now they are back for some more fun here. I guess we can't call it well, I guess you can call it the rink.
Can't call it an ice rink,
but just a rink.
Roller rink.
Yeah. So what are folks going to experience when they come down here?
Well, the history, but more than anything, an amazing time, right?
Yeah. Smiles forever. Yeah. Smiles for miles.
What's the vibe of this thing?
Well, it all depends on who's rolling. But the purpose and point is to really bring an incredible energy. And I'm really so happy to be a part of the legacy of their family's roller rink.
This is it. You're continuing the legend.
Yeah, it's so exciting.
Well, we're gonna kick this third-hour roller skating extravaganza competition off.
Yeah.
We've decided to pair each of our anchors, Gillan, Chanel, and Craig. So they've got a principal skater from the Flippers community. You guys ready? Are you ready? Yes. Okay. First up, we got Craig Melvin. Gillan and the co-president of the Central Park Skate Association, Lena Davis. And then we've also got Chanel and the incredible Ishmael Alvarado. Ishmael. They call me Ishmael. Last but not least, Dylan Dreyer and Dirty Deborah. Okay, so let's start it off. Craig, you guys start first.
Get some music, or do we just?
No,
I think
we're scoring this thing, right?
Yeah, we're scoring.
We're scoring. All right.
We're scoring.
Here we go.
Okay.
Make it good, y'all.
Okay.
All right, get it, Craig. Show 'em how. Show 'em how. Let's go, baby. Show 'em how. Show 'em how. All right, Uncle Melvin.
Wow, look at those moves. Wow. That must be jelly, because jam don't shake like that.
Come on, Craig. Don't let him. Tell the news. Tell the what.
All right.
Tell the news. Tell the what. Tell the news. Tell the what.
Let's see what our judges think.
Come on, baby.
What our judges think.
That was good.
We didn't fall. We didn't fall.
No, not at all.
10. Yes, I'm going to go with the 10. Let's go with the 10. 10. Yes. All right. Next up, Chanel. Chanel, who's your partner?
My partner is Ishmael.
Ishmael.
All right, Ishmael.
All right. Hit it.
Shall we crank up the music?
That's right.
That got a 101 to me.
Yeah! And now, last but not least, Dylan and Dirty Deborah.
Dirty Deborah.
It's Triple D.
Oh!
Trophy.
I love it.
Nobody fell.
That's it.
And
Very
nobody
impressive.
got hurt. You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, the crowd is so
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
This is going to be a dream.
Usher Liberty
is a dream.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very exciting. This is great.
So
Thanks
good.
for
By the
bringing
way,
us in.
tickets. Everybody can get them. Yeah, for Flipper's Roller Boogie Palace start at $20 for adults and just $12 for kids under 15, not including your skate rentals. And you can skate right here through October. So let's make it. Come visit us.
Everyone's okay.
We're good.
Nobody fell.
Hey, bud.
I love it.
Usher, what's happening?
My residency starts this year.
In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Oh,
on the 15th, yes.
Which hotel?
Yeah, the MGM Grand.
All right.
Don't be live. Sorry.
All right.
We're coming to Vegas.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
All right, so between Instagram and TikTok, real life can be hard to keep up with, all that bright stuff on social media. So it's time to catch up. Let's call it Let's Scroll. How fun is that?
Here to help is comedian and host of the Midnight Snack Podcast, Michelle Collins. How are you?
Good morning, girls.
Hi, lovely.
Oh my God.
Is there so
much to catch up? We want to hear about what we're missing on social media.
Yes.
Are we starting with Al Pacino?
We are. Al Pacino, 80 years old, dating, I think, a girl who's 28. That's not the story, just fun to know. Just fun to know.
Okay.
So he was spotted recently in a restaurant having dinner as he does. Yeah. And in this picture, as you can see, look how fun that looks. Godfather Part 4. They zoom in.
Yeah.
And Mr. Pacino has a Shrek phone case. Here are some of the comments.
Okay, let's see.
Someone said, coming online to find that Al, the almighty Mr. Pacino, has a Shrek phone case has maybe just changed my life. Okay, people need a little help. Okay. And then the second comment, if you argue that social media is damaging to society, which I do, where's my camera? I will retort by pointing out it's the reason we learned about Al Pacino's Shrek phone case. Karen, what do you think of that?
I think it's great. I looked up, I was like, does he have grandchildren? But no, his youngest kids are 18.
Maybe for the new girlfriend.
Maybe he's just cool.
He's just
cool. She might be cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about gender reveals.
Yes.
Okay, these are all making the rounds. Everybody's into them. So I wonder if some of them are real. Some of them look like they're not.
I feel bad for this.
Let's scroll.
Did you see this one? Let's watch this gender reveal.
Okay.
Here we go. They always set it up kind of fun.
Let's ask Hoda if she knows what's wrong with this.
I think she will. So here it is. It's a boy. Now, where's the wife? She's basically getting trampled as half the Boston Red Sox come through to celebrate.
And they're all wearing blue already.
They're all wearing blue. That's funny. I didn't even notice that. Okay, conspiracy theorists.
I say not real.
Really?
I disagree.
I think it's real.
You do?
Yes, because why would anyone want to look like such a jerk like that?
Wait, this is not the issue.
Right.
The issue is... Isn't the issue that she was sort of cast aside?
Yes.
It's not about whether it's blue.
Well, I wondered. Okay.
Hoda, I didn't know you had this side to you.
My Dateline side. All right.
I just think it's exciting. Nobody died, so we should celebrate this gender reveal because half of them there's like casualties these days. So I think it's great.
All right, can we talk about the Kardashians because they're beware. Do you love them?
So okay, yeah. I mean, listen, I have a life, so I can't sit at home for like hours a day. But I'm happy for Kim and Pete. So listen. So Kim and Pete were photographed, big shock, together. Embraced, look at this, entwined. She's in Tin Man cosplay. He's, covered in graffiti. And the caption she wrote is late night snack. Buckle up. Now, I'm a little upset because I have a podcast, and this is totally not a plug, called Midnight Snack. And I would like to know, is she coming? And I also am quite busty. Is she coming for my brand, Karen?
She might be. She very well might be.
I think she is.
I think she ought to. You ought to partner and game on.
You know what? If she would can you imagine the Kardashians partnering with me? They would lose billions in a day. So there I am. Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yes.
And by the way,
Kim Kardashian Midnight Snack. There you go. I think that's what I just read.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, wait, show us this last funny one. We got
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, last one. Listen, I'm having too much fun. You know that. There is a video that went viral about how girls get into their car. Now, I love this. I love to drive, whether you know this. I used to own a Mercury. I really don't like to brag. But in this video, that's true. In this video, there's a gentleman getting in. Let's take a look. Here he comes. Now, I don't know if, Karen, you drive, I'm sure. You feel this?
I used to have a 79 Ford station wagon.
No, you're joking. Okay, brag.
Did you not?
There he is. Look at this amount of stuff that he's coming in with. There's keys, there's bags, Starbucks somewhere in the mix.
Oh, my God.
And I felt connected to this.
Yeah. Oh, look at the spray. That would be my daughter.
The spray. Oh my God. Now, when I get into a car, I bring a lot of stuff with me. I don't know. Can I just show you something that I know you'll love?
Yes.
This is the bag that I travel with. Now, I am. Okay, actor.
I thought he was holding a pet.
I'm asking you. It's my rescue, Karen. Hello.
This is so great.
But look how massive. Now, I'm 6'1". I'm 2 Pete Davidsons. Look how tiny I look with this. I'm Olsening. I'm an Olsen twin. So when I get into a car, I fling it in. You know, it's...
You have to fling.
You got to fling.
Wait, you're Olsening? Who are you?
I don't know. Listen, I just feel tiny with that.
All right, guys, please tune into Michelle's podcast. It's called Midnight Snack. You're the best. We love you.
Hope you'll join us Monday. We're going to kick off another big week on today. We will see you all then.
Happy Easter, happy Passover, have a great weekend.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you.
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days. I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand. When you hold it up, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong? It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look. You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat And fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the wrap.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it?
I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way.
Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away.
Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm really fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except it's going on vegetables.
Yeah. We got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's gonna have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can tell
a lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we toss them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food